Chapter 959. Yi Futian fixed his gaze on the woman who now looked as holy as an immortal. Xia Qingyuan stood on the golden lotus. The lotus's 6 petals continued to open, causing it to look like there were endless images of more lotuses around her. The lotus gave rise to all things and gave rise to the great path. Yi Futian fixed his gaze on the woman who now looked as holy as an immortal. Xia Qingyuan stood on the golden lotus. The lotus's 6 petals continued to open, causing it to look like there were endless images of more lotuses around her. The lotus gave rise to all things and gave rise to the great path. Yi Futian had once read ancient records in the library of 9 State Academy that said that once you had cultivated up to the supreme level, you could forge the path. The path gave rise to the soul, and your life spirit would develop along with it. Therefore, the true top forces, those whose life spirits contain the path, were those whose perception of the world stretched out far and was thus passed on to future generations. His world tree was endlessly marvelous and was a kind of supreme path, but his plane was not high. He was not yet close enough to touch that level, nor understand its mysteries. He was only able to see a life spirit birthed from it, and see how extraordinary it was. Huang Zhouge had inherited 3 great life spirits, all of which were extraordinary. Now he was truly the descendant of Ren Huang, but since his level was not high enough, he only understood these life spirits at the surface level. But now that he had the inheritance, the life spirits could probably transform along with him. The road to cultivation was slow, but some people were extraordinary. Their life spirits could get stronger and stronger along with the things that they had cultivated themselves to be good at. Others still relied on their own perception, constantly reinventing their life spirits with their own power from weak to strong, causing it to constantly evolve. Either way, life spirits followed the process of the cultivator growing stronger. Xia Qingyuan's forefather was Ren Huang, and her father had cultivated beside him. Her own life spirit was magnificent and could be said to be abundant in natural gifts. At that moment her life spirit lotus was unleashed, and her whole aura grew stronger, and her perception of law power grew deeper as well. Her prestigious name was well deserved, that of the greatest talent in Emperor Xia's realm. In Yi Futian's life palace, the world tree swayed with a rustling sound. He sucked in his breath and a terrible storm blossomed from within him. The life spirit of the divine ape appeared once again, forming the Buddha pure body. Yi Futian seemed to be melded within it as his power grew even wilder. His halberd disappeared as his rule power condensed into a staff in the divine ape's hands. Different rule powers permeated his body. A curtain of starry particles flashed around the staff, and an astonishing aura burst forth from it. Yi Futian stood there like a true god of war, emitting enough pressure to suffocate anyone near him. Cultivation was an orderly and gradual process. As you grew stronger, your life spirits continued to change. Your understanding of martial arts and rule spells was the same. When Yi Futian had begun cultivating, he had studied the 9 heavenly attacks, but how many had he actually learned? Only once the strength of his cultivation increased could he exert greater power with the 9 heavenly attacks. And now they were not the simple attacks of when he had started out. Now they were integrated into his perception of rule power. 2 people cultivating the same techniques would have very different results. Yi Futian had cultivated the rule of particles, force rules, starry laws, and space-tearing rules. He had integrated these rule powers into the 9 heavenly attacks, making them much more powerful. If he truly reached the level of the snow ape, his power would be no weaker than his. Xia Qingyuan still stood calmly on the lotus, holding a sword mudra. More and more lotuses blossomed around her. Suddenly she was bathed in brilliance. She looked like a divine immortal, incorruptible. But Yi Futian had no wish to appreciate her beauty. He could only feel her dangerous aura. The divine ape stepped into the sky, and the air trembled. A terrible force swept out. Yi Futian grasped the staff. Infinite law power seemed to bloom from Xia Qingyuan, and it seemed like Yi Futian was trying to smash through the great path of heaven and earth itself. She had all that law power and he had only a stick. Brilliance bloomed from the blossoming lotuses, and a catastrophe sword was born from each one. The lotuses gave rise to the path. The lotuses gave rise to everything. Endless sword wills surrounded each catastrophe sword, all of them pointing at Yi Futian. "Cut him," said Xia Qingyuan. The swords in the lotuses flashed as they pierced through the air. The 3,000 swords descended, and a lightning bolt that was much stronger than the swords pierced through the air in that space. Futian raised his arms and brought the staff crashing down, causing a burst of particles to shoot outward. It was like thousands of stars tearing through the air. They crashed into the catastrophe swords from the lotuses, and a destructive airflow appeared. Even if there was a top-level sage there, they would still be astonished by this scene, and shocked by the power of the two of them. In the instant that Futian brought the staff down, the second catastrophe sword bloomed from a lotus. It flashed towards him, even stronger than the one before it. The power of Futian's staff was not diminished. It continued to sweep out and destroy things, but the arm that was holding it felt a tremendous force. The starry particles began to crack. He could see how strong his opponent's sword was. The third sword, the fourth sword, the 11th sword. The swords were inexhaustible, and the sword will was not extinguished. Futian was wrapped up in sword chi, and an endless amount of swords flew around him, cutting through the air. If he let down his guard even a little, he would be beyond saving. But it seemed like he did not feel threatened at all. He walked forward, each step shaking the ground. The divine ape roared, and a storm appeared all around him that seemed powerful enough to smash the heavens. Futian had cultivated for more than 10 years and experienced many battles. Other than when he had faced opponents whose levels he could not compete with, he had never experienced a situation like today, where he was still in danger despite using the 9 heavenly attacks. He knew that Xia Qingshuan's life spirit was full of strength, and that she had used the lotuses to give rise to her law power. She had integrated her Huangting fist will into the catastrophe swords, making each one stronger than the last. These were 2 different rule powers, but she had achieved mastery over both of them and combined them into a single attack. The lotuses gave birth to swords that cut through everything. But his staff technique was completely different, and his accumulated power was more than that of his opponent's catastrophe swords. At this moment, his staff resonated with heaven and earth. This meant that if 2 people were fighting outside the imperial mausoleum and sought to seize the power of heaven and earth for themselves, they would unleash a terrible storm. Xia Qingyuan stared at him as she stood firm. 9 lotuses flew all around her, with sacred light blooming from them. Powerful catastrophe swords were hidden in each lotus. The 9 catastrophes were linked together. When the swords were born, everything would wither. She pointed forward and the 9 swords shot out. Futian had already struck 6 times, and at that moment a powerful storm appeared around him. He stepped forward again but did not strike a 7th time. The swords reached him. A destructive sound rang out as the air was torn and the stars were shattered. The swords came at him one by one, slicing towards his chest and destroying his will. But Futian seemed to not even see them. He continued forward. The terrible storm of swords seemed to swallow him up, but his momentum grew even stronger. It seemed that he was the only person in the world at that moment. The divine ape's body bore the sword strikes, and it seemed to be riddled with holes. However, at that moment it grew bigger as if the true divine ape had finally arrived. It gave a loud roar that shook the heavens. Futian lifted his arm and struck forward with it. Bang! 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 Loud noises rang out as the swords collided with the staff. The sounds were like thunder, and the sky trembled at them. The swords of the great path all seemed to be annihilated. All that was left was the staff. It broke through all the swords and slammed through the air towards Xia Qingyuan. The lotuses bloomed majestically, forming a barrier around Xia Qingyuan's body. She watched what was happening calmly. There was a loud noise as the lotuses broke and their petals were sent flying. Xia Qingyuan was also sent flying. There was a loud crash as she hit the cliff wall, and blood flowed from her mouth, staining her white clothes. The immortal was bleeding, which was truly astonishing. The destructive storm still raged, but then it gradually dissipated. Futian stood there calmly like a god. The divine ape and his life spirit disappeared, and the staff had also been annihilated by the swords. But his deep black eyes were still firm as they stared at Xia Qingyuan. She was the princess of Emperor Xia's realm, the foremost talent of the upper worlds. She had 3,000 swords and lotuses that gave birth to matter, and all he had was a stick. The imperial mausoleum trembled more fiercely. Xia Qingyuan shook as she stepped forward. She stood in front of Futian, gazing at the one person of the same generation as her who had ever defeated her. Glass Saint and the Great Zhou Sacred King watched this battle and trembled. Yi Futian had defeated the descendant of Renhuang, Xia Qingyuan, the proud daughter of heaven. Xia Qingyuan wiped the blood away from her mouth. She looked at Yi Futian, and there seemed to still be an unyielding arrogance in her beautiful eyes. If we continue to fight, I still have tricks up my sleeve, she said. You will lose. But since you managed to knock me back, I will not fight for the inheritance anymore. She had said that if Yi Futian could get it, he could take it. Of course, Yi Futian had not taken it himself but had given it to Huang Zhoga, and now stood blocking her way. But it was all the same. However, she was confident that if she used her trump card, Yi Futian would have no way to resist her. But she did not intend to do so. Thank you very much, princess. Yi Futian smiled at Xia Qingyuan and said, in all the time I've been cultivating, I've never encountered anyone at the same level as me who could fight with me to this extent. You are very strong, but if we must talk about tricks up our sleeves, you are not the only one who has them. Xia Qingyuan narrowed her eyes as she stared at him. This guy truly was extremely arrogant. Did he mean that she should be proud of having lost to him? Also, he said that he had a trick up his sleeve as well. Did he mean that if they kept fighting he could continue to defeat her? I accidentally hurt you in the battle. I hope you won't hold it against me? Yi Futian asked her. Xia Qingyuan regarded him coldly. Who did this bastard think he was? Did he think that just because he had knocked her back she wouldn't send someone to kill him? Why shouldn't she? I did not originally mean to hold it against you, but after listening to you talk, I want to cut you now, said Xia Qingyuan coldly. If you can hit me with your sword, I will die without complaints. He answered her with a smile. This shameless ruffian. Hearing the conversation between the two of them, Glass Saint also wished she could stab Yi Futian. Not long ago, he had been flirting with her, and now he even dared to do so with the princess. Chapter 960. Xia Qingyuan seemed to have been accustomed to Yi Futian's daring antics even before. There did not appear to be anything that Yi Futian dared not do in front of her. Xia Qingyuan seemed to have been accustomed to Yi Futian's daring antics even before. There did not appear to be anything that Yi Futian dared not do in front of her. However, at this time Yi Futian seemed to be even more arrogant. But still she did not seem to mind it. She used to think that Yi Futian's daring was unwarranted arrogance, but now Yi Futian had proven his strength that could even defeat her. Naturally he had the right to be proud. This battle had demonstrated that Yi Futian's talent was hard to match among the upper and lower worlds. Even if she thought that she could still beat Yi Futian with her full strength, it did not mean that others could achieve it in the same situation. When such a person appeared in the land of 9 states, even if he was arrogant in speech, she could still tolerate it. Otherwise, what if any other useless person would dare to pull such a stunt in front of her? She would probably execute them with a wave of her hand. Of course, this did not mean that Xia Qingyuan, the precious princess, had a good impression of Yi Futian. She acknowledged the talent of Yi Futian, but it affirmed her feeling that Yi Futian was arrogant and unreasonable, disrespectful. Princess, this guy is arrogant and disrespectful to the princess. I am willing to serve the princess. At this time, Great Zhou Sacred King stood up with a cold look. The eyes that regarded at Yi Futian were full of murder. At this moment, Huang Zhoga was receiving the inheritance. The great hall madly trembled, causing the power of Renhuang to disappear. He and the Glass Saint no longer felt that pressure, and their injuries started to recover considerably. No matter how outstanding Yi Futian's talent was, he would surely die in the face of Saint Plain. Yi Futian frowned, and his eyes drifted to Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan was here, but there were also the rules of Emperor Xia. Great Zhou Sacred King had no way to take his revenge on him. But Great Zhou Sacred King actually thought of using Xia Qingyuan to get rid of him. As long as Xia Qingyuan gave her consent, the Great Zhou Sacred King would have no more concerns. Xia Qingyuan did not respond to the words of Great Zhou Sacred King, but merely cast a cold glance at Yi Futian. Yi Futian saw that Xia Qingyuan's eyes conveyed a faint sense of threat, and thought to himself that might this woman take this opportunity to deliberately exact revenge because she was beaten by him? Sister Glass Saint, can you really bear to see Zhou Jiming to kill me? Yi Futian transmitted his voice to Glass Saint. Glass Saint, who had also recovered some of her energy, was now looking at Yi Futian. In this moment, Yi Futian could clearly feel the murderous sense in those beautiful eyes, and he could not help but shuddered a little. Sister Glass Saint, even if you don't care about what happened between us if I die, who do you think will be Zhou Jiming's next target? Yi Futian continued to transmit his voice. Glass Saint clenched the love destroyer in her hand even harder, strands of her hair flying in the air. How she wished she could slay this shameless hoodlum before the great Zhou sacred king. But she still got up, walked in front of great Zhou sacred king casually, her body releasing a coldness, with love destroyer in hand, blocking Zhou Jiming. Although she wanted nothing more than to end Yi Futian with her sword, she understood the current situation. If Yi Futian died, the Holy Ji Palace would fall apart, and the alliance of the Yu clan and the Holy Ji Palace would fall through. Once the Holy Ji Palace had been destroyed, who would be the next target for Saint Shihua and the Great Zhou Sacred King? Great Zhou Sacred King had said before, he already built the lapis lazuli holy temple within his palace, waiting for her to move in. No matter what a bastard Yi Futian was, it was also true that her plot against him in the first place had resulted in his deliberate retaliation, causing her and Great Zhou Sacred King to be grievously injured under the pressure of Ren Huang. This grudge was not as deep as the sea of bloody debts between her and Great Zhou Sacred King. When Yi Futian saw what the Glass Saint did, he knew that she was, after all, a person of the Saint Plane. She would not wish him to die in the heat of the moment. After Zhou Jiming is dead, I swear I'll kill you with my sword. Glass Saint threatened Yi Futian in a voice cold as ice. Sister Glass Saint, we have already been intimate. You wouldn't really be so unfeeling, would you? Yi Futian responded with voice transmission. Had she tried to threaten him? Before, when the Glass Saint had used him, he remembered it in his heart. The Glass Saint bit down on her lips, her face was frosty and looked as if she could kill, but it gave her another kind of beauty. For the first beauty of Eastern State, no matter her expression, she would always be lovely to behold. She did not threaten Yi Futian again. At this moment, she clearly knew that this extraordinary man who had just defeated Xia Qingyuan was in fact a shameless boor. Xia Qingyuan clearly saw the actions of Glass Saint, but what she was not clear on was what had happened between the three of them. After all, she'd arrived later. Inheritance has been made known to the world, and all holy lands of the 9 states can go for it amongst themselves as they wish. However, the rules of the sacred war are still in effect. Violators will be executed. At this time, Xia Qingyuan said that coldly, which meant that the Great Zhou Sacred King's thoughts about killing Yi Futian could not be a reality. Besides, Xia Qingyuan had just acknowledged the fact that Huang Zhouge was the recipient of the inheritance. 9 states could fight, but they still need to follow the rules of the sacred war. When Yi Futian heard Xia Qingyuan's authoritative words, he stole a look at her. He couldn't help but feel better about her when he looked at her. He thought that this little princess who preferred to dress like a man was actually quite pretty. Maybe he could consider her after all? He had just formed this thought when he felt a cold gaze, and it was none other than the eyes of Xia Qingyuan. He shuddered and gave up the idea, which could prove to be too dangerous. Xia Qingyuan obvious did not know the fleeting thought that had passed in Yi Futian's mind. Otherwise she might really have let Great Zhou Sacred King end Yi Futian right then and there. She was only thinking that, with Yi Futian's strength as demonstrated in the battle with her, under the rules of sacred war it would not be that easy to die. Whether one could hold on to the inheritance after receiving it, would depend on one's own skills. The rule was set by her father, and naturally it was not her place to interfere. The inheritance of Emperor Xia appeared in the land of 9 states. If anyone else other than her had received the inheritance, it was probably not a good thing. Within the space of the mausoleum brilliant blazing rays bloomed, causing the shaking stone wall inside the mausoleum to gradually crack, and it appeared on the verge of collapse. The Glass Saint and the Great Zhou Sacred King stood on the ground and could clearly feel the vibration of the earth. Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan turned their attention to Huang Zhouge. Because Yi Futian was plotting against the Glass Saint and Great Zhou Sacred King, and also blocked Xia Qingyuan, no one was disturbing Huang Zhouge, and this allowed him to quietly receive the power of Ren Huang. At this time Huang Zhouge stood under the body of Ren Huang, and that body seemed to have turned into illusory golden sands, slowly sifting into the body of Huang Zhouge. Huang Zhouge bathed in the endless glow of the setting sun, And as the body of Ren Huang gradually disintegrated, the light upon his body became brighter and brighter. The three great life spirits were released at the same time, and further washed. Even the Ren Huang sword and the Ren Huang bow were all blooming with unparalleled brilliance, gradually blending with the life spirit of Huang Jioga, and seemed to be integrated into one. Yi Futian saw this scene secretly shocked. After today, Huang Jioga would be transformed. The ancestor of the sovereign family was the true Ren Huang, and now the inheritance had been passed down to the descendants. It would transform and remake Huang Jioga. Great Zhou's sacred king's heart was filled with even more murderous intent, while the glass saint felt something alarming in her heart. She had heard about the story when Jisheng Cliffs bullied the barren state. Now in only a few years' time, Yi Futian had led an army to wash Jisheng Cliffs in blood. In Yi Futian's generation, outstanding talents had risen one after another. In a few more years, what would things look like then? Xia Qingyuan thought different from what they were thinking. 9 states was governed by her father, so it didn't matter to her who was stronger or who was weaker. However, Yi Futian was willing to give the inheritance of Ren Huang to Huang Jioga, guarding in front of him. He had also gone to the 9th layer of heaven through the sky stairwell on account of Yi Wuqian of the Holy Ji Palace. Just what kind of a person was he? Did he not value the inheritance of Ren Huang? Or did he feel that it was not as valuable as friendship? At this time, outside the mausoleum, cultivators from the 9 states and the upper worlds were still here. When they saw cracks appearing on the stone wall of the mausoleum, they knew everything was soon to come to an end. The little princess, Xia Qingyuan, should have received the inheritance. Golden rays pierced through the mausoleum, and the light radiated toward the entire imperial mausoleum. In this instant, all the puppets turned into golden sands that flew away, and the matrix was constantly disintegrating. Above the firmament, the perilous aura that had blocked the void was gradually dissipating. At this moment, all the cultivators breathed deeply and felt a little intoxicated by the pure aura of heaven and earth. However, at this time, there were terrifying rules of the great path gathering above the firmament, and the void had changed its color and turned into a threat of catastrophe. Many showed a look of surprise for a moment. Was this the divine catastrophe? Just when the matrix had been breached, there was already someone who needed to pass the divine catastrophe. Who had attracted the divine catastrophe? Suddenly, there was a great laughter heard, and when the eyes of many turned that way, they saw that Huang Shi, who had already merged with the statue, said aloud, "I didn't expect that I would have a similar encounter as Dozhan, but it was a pity that Dozhan was far more fortunate than me. But that I could experience the divine catastrophe before I die. It was a life worth living." He understood that it was not his own power that had attracted the divine catastrophe, but it was because he had borrowed the glory of his ancestors and transformed his mind that he'd succeeded. Unfortunately, he had already burned through his spiritual will and could no longer live. Everyone had said that Princess Xia Qingyuan would receive the inheritance of Ren Huang, but he still held out a sliver of hope that he could witness Jioga inherit the glory of their ancestor. Then he would have no more regrets in this life. Bang! 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 Violent sounds were heard. The stone wall was shattered and pulverized, and statues were also crushed and broken. In an instant, countless people were looking in the direction of the mausoleum. Over yonder, the glass saint and the great Zhou sacred king stood opposite each other, as if the two were at an impasse. Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan stood face to face. It seemed like Yi Futian had blocked the way of Xia Qingyuan. Further forward, a figure was bathed in endless brilliance, the light of Ren Huang. That figure was in fact Huang Jioga. At this moment, everyone's eyes were concentrated there. The one who received the inheritance of Ren Huang was not the glass saint, not the great Zhou sacred king, nor Xia Qingyuan, whom they all thought as the most promising. Instead, it was Huang Jioga of the Holy Ji Palace. Ha 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 ha. There was sound of great laughs, and Huang Juk turned his eyes toward it and a figure that had blended into the stone wall. Tears were flowing down from his eyes. However, at this time Huang Shi was also in tears, just as if the statue was crying. Huang Shi had a perfect life. Huang Shi looked up at the divine catastrophe in the firmament, and seeing it descend, he said clearly, "Palace Lord, please take care of Jioga for me." In his last words, he did not call the name of Yi Futian, but referred to him as the Palace Lord. As his voice faded, the divine catastrophe came down, and Huang Shi, who had already burned up his spiritual will, could no longer resist it. The divine catastrophe landed, and in the land of the barren state, Huang Shi was no more. He left with smiles on his face. Chapter 961. Chapter 961. Who will take the inheritance? Chapter 961. Who will take the inheritance? The statue was shattered under the divine catastrophe and turned to dust. Huang Shi, who had exhausted everything like an oil lamp run dry, integrated into the statue and could no longer bear the authority of the divine catastrophe. Just one blow and he had completely disappeared from the world. Only his voice was still reverberating. Take 9 states as a whole, and Huang Shi was really just a minor character, but it was he who blocked all the saints of the 9 states. His death made Huang Shi a memorable name in the 9 states. At this time everyone from the barren state arrived. Sword Demon Zhuge Qingfeng, Yu Qi, Su Shang and the others stared at the disappearing shadow of Huang Shi. And they sighed in their hearts. In the past, on the barren sky ranking, Huang Shi ranked 5th, Zhuge Qingfeng 6th, Dozhan 7th, Yu Qi 8th and Su Shang 9th. Now, all of those old-timers had come together and cultivated in the Holy Ji Palace. Dozhan had already stepped into Saint Plain and fulfilled his dream, and now Huang Shi had finally ushered in his own divine catastrophe, but he had gone with it instead. They could feel that Huang Shi went very calmly, knowing that he was indeed a descendant of Ren Huang, and that his own descendant had received the inheritance of Ren Huang, and he had a chance to experience the divine path. It was true that he had no more regrets. Furthermore, as a sage he had prevented the saints from coming forwards and even seriously injured Saint Ji, who ranked 5th on the sage and saint ranking of the 9 states. It was also a notable record. From this day forward in Barren State, the name of Huang Shi as the master of the Huang clan would surely resound throughout the Barren State. Old man, be at peace, they said in their hearts. Looking at the direction of Yi Futian and Huang Zhuge, they felt gratified, but at the same time a touch of sadness. These young people had finally caught up with them, and would replace them soon, and old guys such as themselves may end up like Huang Shi. If there was such a day one day, would they leave this world as calmly as Huang Shi? The imperial mausoleum collapsed, the heavens and the earth returned its clarity, and a gentle breeze was blowing. Shadows came out of the sky, and it was the saints who marched toward Huang Zhuge. The cultivator who came with the princess was the first to be at her side, and his eyes glanced at Yi Futian coldly. They didn't know what had happened, but this guy had dared to confront the princess. Was it he who blocked the princess's way to receive the inheritance? As if he had not seen it, Huang Zhuge came to the place where Huang Shi had disappeared. There was no more trace of Huang Shi. Yi Futian walked quietly next to him and said nothing. He felt the same pain in his heart. When the old man was at Crouching Dragon Mountain, the 3rd senior brother Gu Donglu was ascending the mountain, and they had opposed the marriage between Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyue. Huang Shi had advocated for them, and after the war outside the palace, how he had moved the clan into the palace. All of these he had remembered in his mind. Now that man whose name was known throughout the Barren State was now gone. Elder uncle, I am here. The Huang clan is also here, Yi Futian said silently in his heart. With Xia Qingyuan's words, no one from the upper and lower worlds could take away the inheritance that belonged to the Huang clan or the sovereign family. All the cultivators of 9 states wanted to move on it. However, Xia Qingyuan said nothing, so they dared not to make a move first. The inheritance of Ren Huang should have belonged to Xia Qingyuan. So, until the princess expressed her position, they were in no place to contest for it. Saint Xia was also in the crowd. His eyes landed on Princess Xia Qingyuan. When he saw that she was watching Yi Futian, he couldn't help but secretly sweat for Yi Futian. This bastard did not really, as rumor had it, battle with the princess outside the mausoleum to compete for the inheritance? To fight, one needed to be alive just as one also needed to be alive in order to hold on to something. The dispute between the Holy Lands of 9 states will still follow the same rules set by my father. Xia Qingyuan's sight came back to her people, and she said something to them. Suddenly, countless cultivators concentrated their sights as well. They had not known what had happened in the mausoleum. Did this mean that the princess had abandoned the inheritance? Moreover, what was her intention to remind everyone Emperor Xiao's rules? Was she concerned that there would be blood flowing like rivers in the 9 states? Xia Qingyuan did not care about the thoughts of these people, and she did not need to care either. She looked at Li Yao and said, "Since the inheritance of Renhuang has already found an owner, it is time for you to go back." Li Yao smiled and said, "The princess is not very hospitable. I was thinking of traveling within the realm of Emperor Xia." He waved his hand toward his people and left, choosing not to get into the fray here. The imperial mausoleum was discovered by them, but they did not get what they came for. They had lost. Since they had lost, if they now wanted to seize the inheritance forcibly, Xia Qingyuan would probably not look upon it kindly. After all, this was still the territory of Emperor Xia. No matter how strong he was, he would not be able to overrule Xia Qingyuan. "Let's go," Xia Qingyuan said, and took her leave with her people. Many from the upper worlds left with her, and a number of cultivators from Lihan Heaven cast a cold glance at Yi Futian. The little princess was really generous. She did not even care to fight for it. Soon this space was left only with the cultivators from the 9 states. Because the imperial mausoleum had collapsed, many cultivators from the barren state in the distance had moved closer to this area. Looking at it, all cultivators of the 9 states had gathered here. The magnificent sight would likely not be repeated in this lifetime. Although Xia Qingyuan had left, the atmosphere of this space was even more oppressed. Although no one spoke, everyone could feel the subtlety in the air. The abandonment of Xia Qingyuan meant that the real chaos was yet to come. Holy lands of the 9 states could all now fight for it. For Yi Futian to attempt to keep the inheritance, everyone at the Holy Ji Palace might die without a burial place. Which holy land could withstand the anger of all the holy lands of the 9 states? Huang Shi had previously offended many people, and Huang Zhouge actually wanted to be able to keep the inheritance? Great Zhou Sacred King, you missed? Saint Shihua looked at Zhou Jiming. The Great Zhou Sacred King and Glass Saint were the first 2 people who entered the mausoleum, but in the end, the inheritance was obtained by Huang Zhouge. Saint Shihu was rather puzzled. Great Zhou Sacred King revealed a strong murderous intent, his eyes sweeping toward Yi Futian. As for what happened in the mausoleum, he did not say, and for what Yi Futian did to the Glass Saint, he was too ashamed to tell. As for Yi Futian's defeat of Xia Qingyuan, he would not divulge because 1, he was leery of Xia Qingyuan's position, and 2nd, he did not want the people of 9 states to know that Yi Futian was so outstanding. Because once they knew, inevitably some would want to start hedging their bets, much like the Yu clan. Now that Huang Zhouge had received the inheritance, if Yi Futian wanted to keep it, then he was destined to be enemies with all of 9 states. No matter how strong he was, there was only death in his future. With Yi Futian's temperament, he would never surrender the inheritance. So this would be a dead end, and he wanted to see just how would Yi Futian resolve this. The princess's words have already been made very clear. No matter how you fight, if the rules set by the Emperor Xia were not followed, don't complain when I discipline you. Saint Xia suddenly spoke and surprised everyone. This leader of the 9 states had always been a gentle old man, who did not fight for much of anything. He himself already stood at the top of 9 states. What was the meaning behind what he said? But at least it indicated that Saint Xia himself had given up the competition for the inheritance, which was a good thing. Blessings and disasters often depend on each other. Don't fight for it, Saint Li of the 9-state college said to those of the college. The disciples of the 9-state college all nodded and came next to Saint Li to observe the scene unfolding. The inheritance of Renhuang, no matter who took possession of it, would be too hot to handle. Since the 2 topmost figures in 9 states had withdrawn among the people present, Saint Ji was the strongest. Saint Ji suffered serious injury previously to Huang Shi. He couldn't take it out on Huang Shi now, so for sure Saint Ji would not let Huang Zhouge off the hook. What was more, he had not avenged the death of GMO with the people of Holy Ji Palace. At this time Saint Ji stood in the void. His eyes looked around at the crowd, and pointed to Huang Zhouge, saying, "There is only one of him, how would you fight for it?" Saint Ji spoke as if he did not regard Huang Zhouge as a person, but an item who deserved this because he had received the inheritance of Renhuang. Everyone understood what Saint Ji was saying. Even someone as strong as Saint Ji dared not say that he would directly swallow Huang Zhouge. No principality here could afford to make enemies with the forces of the 9 states. The instant when Xia Qingyuan gave it up, it was destined to be a complicated situation. What advice does Saint Ji have? Said the clan chief of the Yi clan, not caring at all about his position, and of course caring even less how the people of the Holy Ji Palace and barren state would view him. Right now, in this situation, how many from the Holy Ji Palace could leave alive? Even if Yi Futian surrendered Huang Zhouge, Saint Ji would not so easily let go of the power that killed GMO. With the tendency of the Lord of the Hall of Holy Light to protect the bully, and with sworn enemies such as Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, how could the Holy Ji Palace survive? And should they fasten their hopes on the Yu clan, who was also of the Summer State? Under such circumstances, it was difficult to say if the Yu clan had the courage to intervene. Or, with the temptation of the inheritance of Renhuang, could the Yu clan not be seduced themselves? Those holy lands that are interested to fight for it send one man in. Chapter 962. Yi Futian looked down from the sky at the mighty ones from the Holy Lands and said, I've told you that the Renhuang ruins are left behind by the ancestors of the sovereign family, who studies in the Holy Ji Palace of the barren state. I'm not taking the lineage and the princess isn't taking it either. With Huang Zhouge, a descendant of Renhuang having obtained the lineage left behind by his ancestor, we shall call it a day with the matter of the Renhuang ruins. Yi Futian looked down from the sky at the mighty ones from the Holy Lands and said, I've told you that the Renhuang ruins are left behind by the ancestors of the sovereign family, who studies in the Holy Ji Palace of the barren state. I'm not taking the lineage and the princess isn't taking it either. With Huang Zhouge, a descendant of Renhuang having obtained the lineage left behind by his ancestor, we shall call it a day with the matter of the Renhuang ruins. All the others wore peculiar expressions hearing Yi Futian's words. While Xia Qingyuan had indeed been generous enough not to take the lineage, yet Yi Futian was not a saint despite being immensely talented, and he had dared to tell the top-notch figures of the 9 states to call it a day as a sage. No one cares. Saint Xihua snickered sarcastically, and the sacred king was in no hurry as well. While he had personally witnessed how peerless Yi Futian's powers truly were, but that mattered little as over half of mighty ones ranked on the sage ranking from all holy lands throughout the 9 states gathered there, and all of them held divine implements. While Yi Futian was indeed peerless below the saint plane, but if he intended to protect Huang Zhouge's lineage, none there would have let him walked out alive. Saint Ji took a plain look at Yi Futian and paid him no heed. From his perspective, Yi Futian and the ones from the barren state were all dead people. He would have seen to it that the Holy Ji Palace perished to avenge GMO. You're not making sense, Palace Lord Yi. The ruins belong to anyone capable enough of taking it, and the place shall belong to the one who would take it first. Wouldn't it be easier if we just see who shall be the one who take it first before everyone else? Why do we need to fight about this? The current Palace Lord of the Ocean Palace, the Ocean Saint said. Yi Futian took a look at him and saw the saints from the 3 major holy lands from the endless ocean stood together. They would have probably reached a consensus telepathically earlier. While the 3 holy lands from the endless ocean were not exactly at friendly terms with each other, and they tried to one-up each other all the time, but none of that prevented them from allying with each other at the moment. It would have been splendid for them to just take Huang Zhouge and decide what to do with him after returning to the endless ocean. Fighting among themselves internally was deemed a better option than fighting the holy lands from all over the 9 states after all. I agreed to Saint Ji's suggestion. The Nether Saint from the North Deep said plainly. The 3 holy lands from the Ocean State had no edge over those from the Summer State, Qi State and War State. If they were to simply fight in a free-for-all manner, the holy lands from the Ocean State had a slim chance of coming out on top. If they were to ally with each other per Saint Ji's rules, then they would have still stood a chance. The lineage of Renhuang was very tempting after all. Both the upper and lower worlds of Emperor Xia's realm had only one master, Emperor Xia. The sight one would have been able to see at Renhuang Plain was a dream shared by all saints, and none dared claim themselves to be totally uninterested. Huang Zhouge was but a sage and a common student in the Holy Ji Palace, and none there deemed him fit to take the Renhuang lineage. While they would have called Yi Futian's demise a waste, but they would have not minded much. If Yi Futian were to take such a route, then he shall simply die for it. Very well. Saint Ji nodded. With that said, that's how it shall go then. The clan leader of the Yi clan said in agreement to Saint Ji's opinion. Kill Yi Futian and take Huang Zhouge. The saints from all other holy lands said nothing, but their eyes were all on Yi Futian and they all had their own agendas. Many sages stepped out at that moment and sealed the space off completely. Escape was no longer an option for those from the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. It was a scene that the people from the Barren State found harrowing, and they gathered around Yi Futian, looking at the mighty ones from all over the 9 states in the sky with determined eyes. They had never expected that there would have been a day where they would make enemies out of everyone else in the 9 states. All of them were wondering if they would have simply perished that day. Yi Futian looked up at the people from other holy lands in the sky, and he smirked all of a sudden. Becoming enemies of the entire 9 states, eh? The 3 holy lands of the endless ocean, the Yi clan and Saint Ji had all made their stand. It was apparent that they deemed Yi Futian little more than a dead man by then, having no qualms of offending him. The Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State has had to deal with the Xihua Sacred Mountain, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and the Jisheng Cliffs, and now more were added to the list of their enemies. Such was the temptation of Renhuang's lineage. If Xia Qingyuan had not relinquished, no one would have dared to fight against her. Lineages might have been important, but their lives more so. But since Xia Qingyuan had given up on it, they saw it fit to fight instead. Treasures had ways of messing with the minds of people, and the saints were no exceptions. Students of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State, fight alongside me, Yi Futian said. His voice sounded calm yet very solemn. All of those from the Holy Ji Palace stood behind him without making a sound. It was a sight that impressed many. The unity of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State was fearsome like no other. They knew they would have died fighting, and they still chose to fight. In the perspective of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State, they saw no other choice but to fight at the moment. While their actions were commendable, the others at the other side deemed that they must die nonetheless. The others from holy lands all over the 9 states did not sympathize with them just because they were commendable. The spectators of the battles from Zhongzhou City from afar were thoroughly impressed. So that's how determined the Holy Ji Palace, the holy land of our barren state, truly is then. Since the day the young man took charge of the Holy Ji Palace, that holy land of the barren state became firm and unyielding, so much so that they were willing to take on the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and massacred the Jisheng Cliffs. Even at the moment when they came to make enemies out of the 9 states, they did not flinch. Some of the top forces like the Shiman clan looked from afar and feared that the battle might have simply brought an end to the barren state. That kid has to go this far, Saint Xia cursed beneath his breath. So he's going to do it even though he knows that he stands no chance then? While Yi Futian had went all the way up to the 9th layer of heaven, but things at present were far more dire than it had been at the 9th layer of heaven. That bastard sure doesn't know where he stands. However, the unyielding determination displayed impressed him nonetheless. The young is truly fearsome. Jiang Yuechan came to the side of the glass saint in another corner. It was an ending that she had never expected would have happened. If Yi Futian were to perish there, it would have been the end of the lapis lazuli holy temple. Madam, why is he able to get the lineage? Jiang Yuechan asked the glass saint telepathically, feeling rather vexed. The glass saint looked at Yi Futian and felt complicated. Would Yi Futian be able to kill his way out of this? He defeated Xia Qingyan. The glass saint continued to reply Jiang Yuechan telepathically. If it hadn't been for the fact that he had just made enemies out of the entire 9 states, no one would have been able to stop him from leaving. Jiang Yuechan shuddered. Is Yi Futian really that powerful? If such a person were to become a saint, he would have struck fear into the minds of the Zhou Sacred King and Saint Xihua. Jiang Yuechan's eyes flashed with determination. There was still hope for miracles. It made sense that they chose to stand their ground and fight. Jiang Yuechan stepped out looking determined. Yuechan, the glass saint called as she saw the girl walking out. Madam, saints are forbidden from fighting. There is still a chance. Jiang Yuechan continued to step forward and said to the moon saint telepathically, Saint Yu, I'm the one who killed the people of Yu clan. The moon saint was unable to help but look down at Jiang Yuechan. But there was hardly any surprise found in his eyes. The glass saint fell out with the Zhou Sacred King right after they entered the imperial mausoleum. He came to realize that something was going on. As such, he did not interfere when Saint Xihua and the Zhou Sacred King allied themselves against the glass saint. He felt rather peculiar as to why Jiang Yuechan owned up to that. Do you know why the princess had been able to let Huang Zhouge take the lineage right before the princess, Senior Moon Saint? Zhang Yuechan continued to speak to him telepathically. The Moon Saint felt peculiar as well. Having two saints in Xiaoqingyuan around meant that Yi Futian's chance of getting it being the smallest. Yet, the lineage of Ren Huang was taken by Huang Zhouge nonetheless. Yi Futian had defeated the princess. Zhang Yuechan continued telepathically. Not only that, it was thanks to Yi Futian taking on the sky stairwell that Yi Wuqian had been able to come back alive. He tore through the entire Jiuqian temple at the upper worlds and made short work of the geniuses up there, taking back Yi Wuqian alive. Didn't you find it odd that Saint Xia, the princess and those from the upper worlds were treating Yi Futian in a rather peculiar manner? The Moon Saint's eyes became pointed. Zhang Yuechan's words were able to make sense of many things and everything seemed clear by then. Saint Xia seemed to have been helping Yi Futian one way or another inconspicuously. The princess' attitude towards Yi Futian seemed rather peculiar as well, claiming that there was nothing Yi Futian dared not do. The Yu clan had wanted to form a marriage alliance with Yi Futian almost exclusively due to his potential. With the barren state facing enemies from all sides from the 9 states at present, if the Yu clan is able to provide assistance, it would be a far better option than a marriage alliance. Zhang Yuechan continued further, despite things looking grim for the barren state at the moment, it is clear that Saint Xia admired Yi Futian immensely, and Saint Li of the 9 State College had some relations with him as well. Yi Futian had visited the college several times and had a rather peculiar relationship with Saint Jiang. Furthermore, the Lord of the Vajra region taught Yushang personally as well. If you're to making your stand here, Senior Moon Saint, and the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple backing him up, things would actually look less severe than they seem at the moment. I believe many holy lands are simply sitting on the fence at the moment. What has all of that have to do with you then? The Moon Saint finally spoke and replied coldly. Since Zhang Yuechan had killed people from the Yu clan, there was hardly any way he would have left her alive. I've been staying at Zhongzhou City after Jixing Cliffs was wiped out. The assassination attempt was something that I've planned and it had nothing to do with the Glass Saint. You should be able to realize that I was unable to wait for the Glass Saint's orders given how things were moving so fast, and I did not expect mighty ones from the Yu clan would have visited the Holy Ji Palace. As such, there is no need for you to be angry at the Glass Saint. She would stand alongside you and the side of the Holy Ji Palace, as that is the trend of things at present. Zhang Yuechan continued to speak to the Moon Saint telepathically when she reached the side where Yi Futian and the others stood. Shun then said, "That is all that I've to say and I believe you'd have your thoughts about it all, Senior. Yi Futian might die here today, but if he were to survive today, it would have been anyone's guess how far someone who had been willing to relinquish his right to fight for Ren Huang's lineage and defeated Xiaoqing Yuan, who was thought to be more talent than Emperor Xia, would be able to go. I dare not think and I probably wouldn't get to see it anyway. I'm willing to offer my life for make up for the deaths of the Yu clan's people. I would not be walking out of here alive. The truth of that assassination shall never be known. The world shall remember that when Yi Futian of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State made enemies out of the 9 states, you, the Moon Saint, stood by him through thick and thin. As for me, Zhang Yuechan is a nobody and no one would have even remembered my death. I do not have the luxury of being remembered anyway." After Zhang Yuechan was done with her telepathic conversation, she turned her eyes at all in the air and said with a brimming voice, "The lineage has found its master and there is no need to fight any further for it. You're all saints of the 9 states nonetheless, and it is rather despicable seeing how you bully the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. I've long admired Palace Lord Ye's bearing, and I shall stand by the Holy Ji Palace." Chapter 963. Chapter 963. No one but saints remaining. Chapter 963. No one but saints remaining. Yi Futian, who was about to do battle, looked at her feeling rather surprised. Zhang Yuechan admires me? Both of them hardly talked to each other and he was not arrogant enough to think that a beautiful woman who was ranked on the sage ranking would have loved him so much that she was willing to die for him. That would have sounded too far-fetched. Furthermore, he knew that Zhang Yuechan had her reasons for killing the ones from the Yu clan, and she had probably been doing it for the Glass Saint. He was able to sense the air of a martyr from Zhang Yuechan. He and the people of the Yu clan had investigated the deaths of those mighty ones from the Yu clan, sensing a sliver of aura left behind. The Yu clan probably was able to see something from how the glass saint had turned on the Zhou sacred king after entering the imperial mausoleum. If things were indeed like that, Zhang Yuechan was indeed having a death wish. None of those in the air paid any heed to Zhang Yuechan's words. Her status as one ranked in the sage ranking remained unimportant in front of the saints. Furthermore, what was at hand involved acquiring the lineage of Ran Huang, and they would have cared nothing about Zhang Yuechan's wish. Jia walked out first before everyone else and took a cold at Zhang Yuechan below. Nothing wrong with adding one more to the list. Yu Sheng of the Holy Ji Palace had driven a wedge in his plans using the power of demonization, and GMO was killed right before his eyes. He was determined to not let a single one from the Holy Ji Palace leave the place alive. If Zhang Yuechan wanted to fight alongside the Holy Ji Palace, then she shall simply die together with them. Yuechan, get back here, the glass saint said coldly. She knew without a doubt that everything Zhang Yuechan had been doing was for her sake. They had been supporting each other while shouldering the vengeance of their clan being obliterated, and came all the way to where they were at present. While Zhang Yuechan's talents were not exceptional, but she had nonetheless made it all the way to become a mighty one ranked on the sage ranking with indomitable belief and will. There was no way the glass saint would have simply let Zhang Yuechan send herself to death's door like that. Madam, I apologize for being unable to take your orders this once. Zhang Yuechan replied the glass saint telepathically. If Yi Futian is able to leave this place alive today, you can further the relations with Yi Futian. Please take good care of yourself after I'm gone. I shall serve you again in the next life. She took a look at the moon saint's direction after she was done talking and took one step towards him. She knew that she had to die one way or another. A life for a life. She owned up to her actions and knew that day would have came when she acted against those mighty ones from the Yu clan. However, she had no regrets. The truth paled in comparison to getting the Yu clan to side with Yi Futian. No one would have cared about the truth when she died. Yi Futian did not get in Zhang Yuechan's way. It was her own choice. Her fate was sealed when she decided to assassinate the Yu clan's people. Even if there was not such a scuffle taking place at present, there was no way the mighty ones of the Yu clan would have spared her. Kill her, Saint Ji said plainly without any sign of emotion. Seeing how Zhang Yuechan continued walking, several mighty ones ranked on the sage ranking made their move. Kong Yao of Jisheng Cliffs moved. His divine elephant brought immense pressure to their surroundings. Zhang Yuechan shuddered, but remained staying in the air and continued moving. Zhong Kuei of the Shihua Sacred Mountain walked. Sounds of the bell rang in their surroundings and Zhang Yuechan's speed slowed. Li Daoqiu extended his arm and grabbed at the air, seemingly about to freeze the space. Zhang Yuechan's speed got increasingly slow. Two beams of light flashed. Jia and Jimu of the Hall of Holy Light acted at the same time. The swords of holy light flashed in their hands and they drew a dazzling arc. Zhang Yuechan's body was pierced and blinding light emerged from her body. She was torn to blinding shreds at the very next moment, reduced to nothing right there and then. 5 mighty ones ranked on the sage ranking attacked her at the same time, and one of them had been Jia, ranked 2nd, and Kong Yao, ranked 9th. There was simply no way Zhang Yuechan would have been able to stand against such attacks. Furthermore, she had a death wish to begin with and never intended to come out alive. Many throughout the 9 states had no idea why Zhang Yuechan wanted to die, but the glass saint was not one of them. A streak of tears rolled from her eyes, a sight that would have broken the hearts of many. While she was trained in the ways of cutting off emotions, there was no way she would have been able to rid herself of all emotions nonetheless. The woman who had been following her and calling her madam since young left her for good right there and then, and that woman died for her. She recalled her younger days when a servant girl stood behind her and helped her with makeup, looking at the mirror saying, "Madam, your looks is such that even I as a girl would have fallen for you. I wonder who would be the lucky man to become your husband. He would definitely be the happiest man in the world." Zhang Yuechan was unable to see that day realized. She only saw her master being betrayed and sold out by the man who was to be her master's husband. Her clan obliterated, and she lived a hard life ever since. The glass saint put all her time and effort into her training in order to avenge her clan's destruction, and Zhang Yuechan herself became a mighty one ranked on the sage ranking. Beautiful women were doombringers, and she was indeed a doombringer. Her clan was killed because of her, and she ended her fiancé's family personally. She had even brought doom to her teacher and at present to Yuechan. It was something that would have probably ended only when she died. However, it was not her time to die yet, because Zhou Jiming still lived. Despite telling Yuechan to return to her, but she knew without doubt that there was no way Yuechan would have been able to come out of this alive. As such, she never tried to earnestly get in the Jiang Yuechan's way, making a pathetic and selfish woman. She did not wipe her tears, and whatever tears she shed quickly dried. She did not shed any further tears and simply looked at Jia, Kong Yao, Zhong Kuei and the others. Those people were backed by Saint Ji and Saint Xihua. At present, she seemed to have cared for more than just taking her revenge against Zhou Jiming. Yi Futian took a look at the glass saint's direction and saw the streak of tears at the corner of her eyes, looking deplorable yet beautiful. The glass saint seemed to look even more despaired than when she was bullied, a despair that was utterly silent. She probably knew that there was no way she would have been able to keep Yuechan alive. He sighed deep down, and her resentment towards both the glass saint and Jiang Yuechan reduced somewhat. Every single person had something they treasure more than anything else. While Jiang Yuechan's methods were rather despicable, she nonetheless ended up atoning with her life. He was able to relate to how the glass saint was feeling at the moment. The current predicament with the Holy Ji Palace looked just as despair-inducing. They have just made enemies with the 9 states, and their chance of emerging in one piece was slim. However, all who stood by him were willing to fight to the death by his side. They, like Jiang Yuechan, had their own beliefs which they had to see through. He would have never let himself ended up like the glass saint, who had been unable to protect her own. It was fine to make enemies out of the 9 states. If the people of the 9 states were out to take the lives of the students of the Holy Ji Palace, then he shall slaughter his enemies until a river of blood flowed. Yi Futian gradually took to the air. Countless eyes were fixed on Yi Futian at that moment, seemingly having forgotten about Jiang Yuechan's death. Jiang Yuechan remained insignificant. While she was a mighty one ranked on the sage ranking, but that status meant nothing in the predicament they found themselves in. How she died and her reason of death were things that no one cared about. Everyone cared only about one thing at the moment: who shall be the one to take Renhuang's lineage? Many mighty ones from holy lands made a move as they saw Yi Futian rose to the air. Jia held the sword of holy light in his hand as he wreaked murderous intent. Kong Yao stood in the air like a god, looking down at Yi Futian. The 2 top mighty ones on the sage ranking from Xihua Sacred Mountain were incredibly cold, and their killing intent just as strong. Zhou Huang and Zhou Mian of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty moved. A will of heat spread throughout their surroundings as they launched themselves at Yi Futian. Mighty ones ranked on the sage ranking from the 3 holy lands from the endless ocean made a move, locking down the space. Mighty ones from the Yi clan moved as they carried bows and arrows in their hands, pointed at Yi Futian and emanating killing light. The actions taken by all those mighty ones alone were more than enough to end the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State right there and then. With everyone in the 9 states becoming enemies, it was a luxury for anyone below St. Plain hoping to emerge out of it all alive. Tremendous pressure was cast on Yi Futian and a terrifying gale whipped out. Someone dressed in white garb billowed and the air became filled with murderous intent. The people of the Holy Ji Palace behind Yi Futian mobilized, and every single one of them unleashed their own powers, ready to fight to the death. The air was silent save for the cold wind blowing. It was a stifling scene. Many from the Zhongzhou city far away had their eyes locked onto the battlefield, while sighing deep down. Is the Holy Ji Palace really going to perish at last on this day? If Yi Futian were to perish, the Holy Ji Palace was no longer the Holy Ji Palace, even if the organization in place were to remain intact. The one to kill me shall acquire the lineage? Yi Futian lifted his head and scanned the mighty ones in the air. He stepped out and faced the mighty ones from the 9 states alone. He extended his hand and dazzling light emerged. A ritual implement appeared on Yi Futian's palm. It was a halberd, shining with a golden glimmer that made it seem like it was made of pure gold, emanating brilliant sparkle. Terrifying power of space ebbed on the weapon. It was the might of the saints. It became clear that the weapon he held was a divine implement. Many from the Holy Lands did not catch on. It was hardly surprising that Yi Futian came to possess a divine implement. However, the saints from the three holy lands at the endless ocean froze at the sight of the weapon, locking their gaze on the halberd and nothing else. The Ocean Saint, Palace Lord of the Ocean Palace, stepped forward with wide-opened eyes and said coldly, "The halberd of space and time." The saints from all over the 9 states wore peculiar looks. Is that really the weapon that ranked third on the divine implements ranking, the halberd of space and time, nothingness? Saints from the endless ocean claimed not long ago that the lost ruins were broken and the halberd of space and time disappeared. The one who had taken the weapon was Juing, a divine beast. Yet at present, the weapon appeared in Yi Futian's hand. The saints of the North Deep and the Celestial Cliffs wore similarly cold expressions as they glared at Yi Futian. "So this is to say that you're the one who killed the people of the 3 major holy lands of the Ocean State, and the one who took the halberd of space and time that belonged to the Ocean Palace then?" The Ocean Saint said as power of the saints emanated from him. Yi Futian held his right hand up and pointed at the Ocean Saint. "Lineages of ruin shall belong to those who are able to take it. I believe those are your words. Have you forgotten them already?" It hardly mattered if he had killed the people from the 3 holy lands, and him taking out the halberd of space and time was just as irrelevant. If the 9 states were to become his enemies, then so be it. "Brilliant," Saint Ji said. He did not expect to not only find the Renhuang lineage on that day, but also the halberd of space and time, nothingness, which was ranked third on the divine implements ranking, appeared as well. Things turned out to be very nice. The 2 divine implements ranked first and second were probably still in the hands of their masters, the top 2 on the saint ranking. They were nowhere to be found. With the 3rd divine implement appearing and both Saint Xia and Saint Li not fighting over it, then it would have belonged to him. Brilliant indeed. Yi Futian took a look at Saint Ji and said coldly, while pointing the weapon at him, "If there is anyone from any holy land were to kill even a single person from the Holy Ji Palace, and if I were to emerge alive, I would make sure that said holy land would have no one else remaining but their saints." Chapter 964. Yi Futian's proud voice reverberated throughout that space and everyone was able to sense the killing intent oozing from him. Yi Futian's proud voice reverberated throughout that space and everyone was able to sense the killing intent oozing from him. They were unable to fathom how someone who was about to die was able to be so unrestrained with his words. Not going to die. How is Yi Futian not going to die facing off so many from the other states? Boom. Yi Futian took one step in the air, walking out to see who dare stands in his way. The ones from the barren state stepped out together with Yi Futian. All of them brought their auras to bear. Qin Zhuang and the other 8 took their stations forming the matrix. Huang Jioga emanated with dazzling light. His life spirit burst from behind him. The Renhuang Bao, a weapon which corresponded to Renhuang level ritual implements. The aura emanating from the Renhuang Bao was not any weaker compared to the halberd of time and space. In that very instant the saint's greed grew. That was a Renhuang level ritual implement after all. The Renhuang Bao pointed to the air and the aura bursting from Huang Jioga grew extremely intense. "Let's go," Yi Futian said. He stepped out in the air and had full intentions to leave the place just like that. Anyone who dared to stand in their way shall be cut down. Boom. A raging pressure fell from above. Kong Yao, a sage ranked 9th of the sage and saint ranking, stood in the air. He was surrounded by divine elephants out to trample everything in their path. As he glared at Yi Futian and the others, "You intend to leave? Let's see where you'd end up in then." An extremely raging aura burst from Yi Futian and golden sparkling light burst. The rock appeared and a pair of wings were seen on his back. The 7-star acupoints were all opened and beams of light pierced through his body. The world tree within his life palace shook, and the spiritual qi around him seemed to be resonating with his body. In that very instant Yi Futian felt as if his will was everywhere. Jia and Jimu held their swords of holy light, while the elders of the Yi clan held their longbows. The ones who had killed Zhang Yuechan earlier brought their immense might to bear. As Zhang Yuechan, a sage who ranked of the sage ranking, was unable to withstand one blow from them, they intended to see how long Yi Futian would have lasted against them. Boom! Yi Futian made a move and shot out like a streak of lightning. He held tight to the halberd in his hand and terrifying space-tearing rule power appeared around him. All forms of might and pressure were torn away by his body itself as he carved a path in their midst, like a golden lightning bolt headed straight for one direction. It was where Zhou Huang, the crown prince of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, stood. Kong Yao took a step on the air and brought the might of his divine elephant rule power down onto his enemies. However, Yi Futian did not seem to be all that fettered. A golden sparkling ancient path appeared in the air. Zhou Huang's expression was ice-cold. Yi Futian had taken him using the power of the Matrix, and that remained to be the greatest insult suffered in his life. And at that moment Yi Futian chose to attack him first. He fully intended to see how Yi Futian, someone who had just become an archmage, would have been able to deal with him. The golden phoenix sword shimmered with dazzling light in his hand, and an extremely dazzling golden phoenix appeared above him. Its wings flapped and a tornado was formed, as he turned into a bolt of golden lightning and headed straight for Yi Futian. Zhou Huang, do not fight him head-on. The Zhou Sacred King had witnessed the battle between Yi Futian and Xiaqing Yuan, and he naturally knew how powerful Yi Futian was. As such, he reminded Zhou Huang telepathically, and he sounded extraordinarily serious with his advice. Zhou Huang did not stop doing what he did even after hearing his father's voice. Even father thought that I'd lose to Yi Futian then? An even more brilliant light burst as Zhou Huang moved forward fearlessly. The shadow of the phoenix blocked out the sky and a huge golden phoenix sword appeared in the air, emanating towering beams of light, seemingly out to tear the space apart as it moved straight for Yi Futian. No other mighty ones helped Zhou Huang out. All of them wanted to see how powerful Yi Futian's combat prowess would have gotten, with that halberd of space and time in his hand. And Zhou Huang served as a convenient guinea pig. The light of the giant sword cleaved through the air towards Yi Futian. However, he did not budge and had simply let the blade come down onto him. He had only Zhou Huang in mind at the moment and nothing else. Two dazzling silhouettes clashed with each other in breakneck speed. Yi Futian lashed out with the halberd of time and space as they neared each other. A black hole seemed to have appeared in the space before the weapon, tearing everything before it apart. The light of the giant sword was disintegrated right there, and then as it was cleaved in the middle, the thrust of the halberd tore on the golden phoenix sword, and the sword aura was torn to shreds in an instant. A huge force went straight for Zhou Huang's arm. The halberd of time and space grazed through the sword and kept moving forward. Time seemed to have grinded to a halt at that very moment. Zhou Huang's expression finally changed. The storm that tore through everything before it seemed to be the most terrifying vortex to have existed in the world, capable of devouring everything in existence, including his life. He intended to retreat, but found his movements getting extraordinarily sluggish, so much so that even his thoughts seemed to have stopped altogether. PFFTT. A crisp sound was heard and Zhou Huang stopped thinking altogether. The halberd went through his throat right there and then. No. Zhou Huang's mind screamed in a frenzy. His appearance turned increasingly ethereal and under the gaze of countless, his brain exploded to bits and reduced to nothing. The space around them seemed to have stopped and turned completely silent. Many even stopped thinking altogether. The eldest son of the Zhou Sacred King, a sage ranked on the sage ranking, was killed with a single thrust from the halberd. Such was the prowess of Yi Futian, who claimed to be peerless in all of the 9 states. The ones from the barren state looked at that figure clad in white while their minds trembled. That figure was none other than their palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace of the barren state. There had been rumors throughout the 9 states saying that Yi Futian lost to Lu Zong of the Xihua Sacred Mountain and ran. However, at that very day, Yi Futian faced off against the mighty ones of the other states and it took him one thrust with the halberd to kill a mighty one ranked on the sage and saint rankings, Zhou Huang. None other in the 9 states could have claimed to be peerless. None other in the 9 states, but Yi Futian of the barren state. At that very moment everyone recalled the weight of his words back then. If Yi Futian were to come out alive, any from a holy land who dared to kill even one person of the Holy Ji Palace, he would have then rendered said holy land to have no one but their saints remaining. The Sacred King flashed and caught Zhou Huang's dropping body. A vast killing intent emanated from him, pointed specifically at Yi Futian. Zhou Sacred King, Saint Xia said plainly while sounding rather cold, seemingly to remind the Sacred King to not forget the rules. The Sacred King rescinded his aura and turned to look at Zhou Huang who had lost a head. The Sacred King felt his heart bleeding. He knew that Zhou Huang would not have been a match to Yi Futian, but he had never expected things to turn out like that. One thrust was all it took to kill his son, Zhou Huang. That insignificant ant of a member of the younger generation that he had once underestimated, had not only waged a sacred war against him, but had also, at the moment, ended up killing his heir. Yi Futian did not look at the sacred king. He took the golden phoenix sword and put it away. He looked up and pointed the halberd in his hand at the mighty ones of the other states, saying plainly, "Who dares to fight me?" His hair billowed in the air, and many from the barren state who had watched that battle felt their eyes reddened and about to shed tears. Such was the bearing of the one who claimed to be truly unparalleled, the figure who pointed with his halberd, asking the ones from the other states, "Who dares to fight him?" It would not have mattered if they had enemies all over the 9 states, if none dare fight them. Kill one from the Holy Ji Palace and I shall have reduced his place to have no one but the saints remaining. All from the other states, including even the saints, were shocked by that one thrust of his. One thrust was all it took to kill a mighty one ranked on the sage ranking, and that one thrust came from a sage who had just broke into Archmage Plane. Would anyone throughout the 9 states be able to hold him back? Saint Xia looked at that youth clad in the white in the air. Any who dared to refuse the princess would have definitely had what it took to behave so arrogantly, and Yi Futian was more than qualified to do so. It was no wonder that the princess had instructed Saint Xia telepathically to have him keep a close eye on the ones from the other holy lands, to prevent any from breaking the rules. The princess indeed came to believe that Yi Futian would have been able to kill his way out of the barricade. If even the princess thought so, then what actually happened in that tomb? Did Yi Futian fight the princess in there? Is that considered a test to Yi Futian by the princess? If Yi Futian is truly able to come out alive, his future would have lied beyond the 9 states. Yi Futian then turned his eyes at Zhong Kuei and Li Daoqiu, 2 mighty ones ranked on the sage and saint ranking from the Xihua Sacred Mountain. Why are you 2 waiting for? Do you want him to take you both out one by one? Saint Xihua shouted as he caught Yi Futian's eyes. Yi Futian had been able to kill Zhou Huang with one strike because everyone else had apparently wanted to see how capable Yi Futian would have became, and Zhou Huang died for it. "Move," Kong Yao said coldly, and he stepped out as soon as he finished. The divine elephants trampled as he headed for Yi Futian. There was no room for reconciliation between him and Yi Futian. The young sage would not have minded if many others did not end up fighting him. But his feud with Kong Yao went a long way back, and they were nothing short of archenemies. Zhong Kuei burst with his life spirit, an ancient bell. The sound of the bell rang and the air around it shook. Everyone within earshot felt their spiritual will about to collapse. At the same time, Li Daoqiu grabbed the air with his hand, and Yi Futian felt as if he was about to be petrified by huge rocks around him, as terrifying gravity closed in on him. Zhou Mian burst with dazzling golden phoenix wings, cleaving through the air as he headed for Yi Futian. Boundless light emanated from above Jia. A huge light of a giant sword appeared above him, capable of cleaving the sky apart. Sages ranked on the sage ranking, including even Jia, who ranked second, joined hands with the others without question, in order to kill just one sage. Yi Futian was probably the only one throughout the 9 states who received such treatment. At the same time, a group of figures stepped out and came behind Yi Futian. Their life spirits burst and power of rules coursed throughout the bodies, the sealing rules. Boundless light of sealing fell from above like screens of light, materializing a sealing barrier around him. Extremely powerful attacks hit the barrier and were stopped dead in their tracks entirely. Many were shocked at that scene. The mighty ones of the Yu clan had sided with Yi Futian. The situation at present said that Yi Futian would have made enemies throughout the 9 states, and it absolutely was not wise for the Yu clan to take his side at the moment. The Glass Saint understood what that meant. It was a turn of events that Yuechan had exchanged for with her life, the possibility of Yi Futian emerging alive. The Yu clan finally gotten themselves completely involved after her death, declaring their support for Yi Futian. It was then to see if there were any from the other Holy Lands deciding to make a move, and if any dared to move against Yi Futian. Many Holy Lands did not take a stand prior and thus were afforded different options. If Yi Futian would have definitely ended up dead that day, none of those other Holy Lands would have gone easy on him. Chapter 965. Saint Ji's eyes turned incredibly pointed in an instant as he looked in the Moon Saint's direction, saying, "What do you mean by this?" Saint Ji's eyes turned incredibly pointed in an instant as he looked in the Moon Saint's direction, saying, "What do you mean by this? All of you are figures standing at the pinnacle of the 9 states, and I find it rather despicable for you all to bully a member of the younger generation like that. With the lineage of Renhuang taken by the Holy Ji Palace, and the princess acknowledging their possession, I'd say you shall issue a formal challenge and fight for it in an honorable manner." The Moon Saint then scanned the crowd and said, "What the hell is with you all from Holy Lands, ranked on the sage ranking, ganging up on them?" Saint Ji continued glaring at him with cold eyes. Everyone coveted the Renhuang lineage, and no one saw anything wrong with ganging up like that. He was wondering if the Moon Saint intended to take everything for himself standing out like that, or that the Moon Saint saw potential in Yi Futian. That extraordinary thrust with the halberd earlier had indeed been attractive enough to have Holy Land side with Yi Futian. "If you people of the Yu clan wanted to die so badly, then we shall simply oblige," Saint Ji said coldly. Ji Ye's sword shot forth as soon as he finished. The giant sword of light came down like a mountain, splitting the air in two and crashed onto the screen of light, shattering it. Kong Yao and the others did not go easy. With the fight already in full swing, there was simply no reason to hold back. If the Yu clan insisted on getting in their way, then they were to simply be dealt with. Boom! Dazzling light burst and arrows were seen penetrating the space, heading straight for Yi Futian at impeccable speed. The space seemed as if they were torn apart as the arrows passed, locking Yi Futian down tightly. The mighty ones from the Yi clan moved as well. Their arrows were all intended to end Yi Futian right where he stood. At almost the very same moment, Huang Zhuge shot an arrow as well. The arrow shot from the Renhuang bow streaked through the space and was targeted at the incoming enemy arrows. His arrow proved to be faster and it zipped past Yi Futian as it clashed with the incoming arrows, crumbling together. Yi Futian seemed to have not taken notice of any of that. Even when Huang Zhuge's arrow zipped right past his side, his expression remained utterly unfazed. He stepped out and cast his pressure downwards at Zhong Kuei and Li Daoqiu below. The ones from the Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty were top on his to-be-killed list. Those two had allied with the Jisheng Cliffs and waged the sacred war against the Holy Ji Palace after all. The rock streaked through the sky and charged forward. Kong Yao stepped forward and brought a huge divine elephant stepping, shrouding the sky and intending to stomp on Yi Futian. Dazzling screens of starlight appeared around Yi Futian, as if a star was wrapped within. The divine elephant crushed the stars with a loud boom and continued to come down on him, crashing onto the rock's humongous body. Yi Futian's speed forward seemed to have been slowed and dropped quite a distance below, but it continued to streak forward, letting Kong Yao's powers drop onto him without a care. The expressions of Zhong Kuei and Li Daoqiu changed somewhat. The ancient bell rang with intentions to overpower everything around it. Sound waves swept forth and crashed onto the rock's body. Li Daoqiu launched attacks that were just as fearsome, as if an ancient mountain had bashed onto Yi Futian's body. The rock seemed to have become his battle form as he continued to charge forward. Rumbles continued to be heard around him. The rock was shattered and the battle form was no more. Yet Yi Futian himself tore right through the mountain, lashing out with the halberd in his hand at the incoming storm of rocks. The light of countless particles shone and zipped out like bolts of lightning, bringing the power to tear everything in the path apart to bare. Dong! A sound of the bell rang with enough magnitude to tear people's souls apart, yet Zhong Kuei himself suffered the recoil. Seeing the figure clad in white descending upon him with the halberd of space and time in his hand like a god of war, the space around him seemingly frozen thoroughly, he finally came to understand how Zhou Huang felt moments before the prince died. The lockdown was absolute and indisputable. The space around him seemed to have grinded to a complete halt. The space that was shrouded by the holy light of the halberd of space and time was completely put under the weapon's control. It was the divine implement ranked third on the divine implement ranking, and Yi Futian himself was adept at wielding space-freezing rule powers. Once he had gotten close, even mighty ones ranked on the sage ranking would have been put under temporarily space-time halt status. And that temporary moments were more than enough to decide their fates. Nothingness, the halberd of space and time, was named for its ability to reduce everything to nothing when it landed on its target. Devastating storms raged in Zhongkue. A mighty one of the Xihua sacred mountain ranked on the sage ranking, exploded to pieces. Like Zhou Huang, he was not given a single moment to struggle. The killing was clean and done in a single blow. Yi Futian's charge did not stop after killing Zhongkue. As he headed straight for Li Daoqiu, who was retreating, the halberd transformed into a bolt of golden lightning, piercing through the space before him in an unstoppable manner. The third mighty one ranked on the sage ranking was killed with a splattering sound heard, dying right on the spot. Yi Futian stopped and scanned the top-notch sages from the Xihua sacred mountain. Everyone retreated at the very same time. One look from him was all it took to spook them all. Extremely dazzling holy light swords streaked at him, but Qin Zhuang and the others appeared right behind Yi Futian, conjuring the sword diagrams before him. Hundreds of thousands of swords burst forth at the same time, clashing with the swords coming at him. Sword aura storms whipped up in the air before him. Yi Futian did not turn around. Blood was seen at the corner of his mouth. He continued streaking forward without paying any heed to attacks from Kong Yao and the others. Regardless of how formidable his defenses were and how peerless his body was, there was simply no way he could have emerged completely unscathed. He foregone resistance and simply charged forward, bearing the brunt of the attacks, and killed the only two mighty ones from Xihua Sacred Mountain ranked on the sage ranking. It was anyone's guess what Saint Xihua would have thought of what transpired. Yi Futian kept his gaze forward. Lu Zong was among the mighty ones of the Xihua Sacred Mountain. He pointed the halberd of time and space forward and said, "Who dares to come and kill me?" The saints murmured in discussion. "The one to kill Yi Futian shall take Huang Jioga." At the moment it was a wonder who would have emerged to kill Yi Futian. 2 attacks from him ended with 3 deaths of sages ranked on the sage ranking. Other than Jia and Kong Yao, both of whom were ranked at the top 10 of the sage ranking, who perhaps had a chance against him, no one else dared to move against Yi Futian at the moment. "Let's go." Yi Futian continued to step forward in the air. While he might have been peerless in battle, his powers were still limited nonetheless, which meant that there was no way he could have brought down everyone standing against him with his power alone. Furthermore, there were many from the Holy Ji Palace present. Many holy lands were still sitting on the fence at the moment. The feat of killing 3 sages who ranked on the sage ranking was to shock the people of the other holy lands into inaction. The score was to be settled once they returned to the Holy Ji Palace. "Think about the consequences if you all were to let the tiger return to the mountain," Kong Yao said coldly. He was alone and had little to lose. The Jisheng Cliffs was almost annihilated by Yi Futian, and he wanted to see how many of the holy lands who had acted against Yi Futian dared to let the palace lord sage leave just like that. Kong Yao stepped forward against Yi Futian, bringing countless divine elephants to bear. Every step that Kong Yao took seemed to be out to bring down the sky. The figure who was ranked 9th on the sage ranking was not one to be trifled with. Kong Yao trained in few rules, yet he had trained to the extreme with every single one that he mastered. A humongous shadow of the divine elephant appeared as he burst forth with his life spirit, stepping forward and intending to stomp onto Yi Futian. The palace lord had led others to carry out a bloodbath in the Jisheng Cliffs, and he intended to settle the score by taking Yi Futian's life. An earth-shattering roar was heard and a divine ape appeared behind Yi Futian, taking the place of the rock. He merged with the ape and burst with wild, unfettered powers. Yi Futian stepped forward and shook the air about him. He began attacking and devastating storms were whipped up, piercing the huge divine elephant, shattering it to pieces. Yi Futian, who was clad in boundless overwhelming power, headed straight for Kong Yao. He stepped forward with terrifying steps, just like the divine elephant stomping the air about it. Every single step beat hard on Yi Futian's mind, yet he simply shrugged off all of that. The divine ape roared as it resisted the power of every single step. Blood was seen at the corner of Yi Futian's mouth, yet he continued to press forward. So long as he was able to get close, there would have been no problem for him to kill Kong Yao, regardless if he was ranked 9th on the sage ranking. The halberd of time and space tore through all manner of powers. The divine elephant life spirit behind Kong Yao stomped, yet Yi Futian continued to press forward. The halberd of space and time was thrust and the space around him frozen. In that very instant, Kong Yao felt it very difficult for the divine elephant to lift its leg, as if its movements were about to grind to a complete halt. He sensed that something was wrong and burst with rule power in a frenzy, breaking that shackling power through sheer brute force as he brought the elephant's leg down. Boom! The divine elephant's shadow shattered with a rumble. The halberd of space and time brought a devastating storm right onto Kong Yao. Kong Yao roared and brought his arms down to resist. Thousands of elephants seemed to have trumpeted as they stomped the air. Yi Futian did not retreat. His halberd burst with towering light, intending to bring the sky down. One elephant after another was destroyed. Kong Yao's arms were put before him, his divine implement gauntlet blocking the halberd. His arms trembled violently. His body was about to be torn apart as it was thrown high in the sky. At that very moment, Zhou Mian's golden phoenix flapped its wings, blocking the sky as it headed straight for Yi Futian. Ji Mu's sword of light came onto him as well. Yi Futian's surroundings seemed to have been turned into an absolute space, as space and time felt like they were about to stop altogether. The phoenix's cutting rules and the sword of light tore through the lockdown and crashed hard onto Yi Futian's body. Yi Futian was sent flying with a rumble. Yet, the two incredibly ferocious attacks did not faze Yi Futian much. Be it the tremendously sharp wings of the phoenix or the sword of light, none of them were able to pierce his body. It seemed as if Yi Futian did not only possess incredible defense. His physical body itself was also unervingly strong. However, regardless of how strong his body was, his innards were still rattled after bearing the brunt of such ferocious attacks. It seemed as if he was about spit blood, yet he simply snickered coldly. "You want to kill me? Then you shall pay with your blood." He stepped forward in this time. He handed straight for the Hall of Holy Light, at Ji Mu, who had lashed out with a blinding sword at him. Jia was being held back by Qin Zhuang and the other 8. The mighty ones of the Yi clan were being dealt with by the Yu clan's mighty ones and Huang Zhouge. Those who were capable of the fastest and the most ferocious attacks were incapable of getting in the way of Yi Futian. At that very moment, Ji Mu of the Hall of Holy Light, who was ranked on the sage ranking, saw Yi Futian snickering at him. He actually felt a tinge of fear. The youth clad in white came to possess such overwhelming aura. Chapter 966. Ji Mu looked solemn as several cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light walked to his side. Suddenly, a sword of light flashed across the sky. Beautiful light shot out, piercing everyone's eyes. Ji Mu looked solemn as several cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light walked to his side. Suddenly, a sword of light flashed across the sky. Beautiful light shot out, piercing everyone's eyes. Yi Futian felt that his eyes stung to the point where he could not keep them open as he walked towards Ji Mu and the others. There was a sword will contained in that light. It stung his eyes and drilled into his chest. Yi Futian closed his eyes. The world tree still swayed in his life palace. A magnificent aura filled the whole space. Everything was clearly presented in his mind. He seemed to be able to see everyone's movements and even their expressions. He saw that Qin Zhuang and the 9 others had forced Jia, number 2 on the sage ranking, to retreat with their sword matrix, making him unable to participate in the battle. He saw the Yu clan cultivators staring at the people from the Yi clan, guarding against them taking action. Both the Yu clan and the Yi clan were among the top forces of the 9 states. Perhaps there was some enmity between them, but Yi Futian wasn't sure. All he was sure about was who his friends were and who his enemies were. Big Brother stood there with his sword, staring at the cultivators from the 3 great holy lands of the ocean state. Yang Xiao and Yuan Hong stood beside him, and Huang Zhouge's arrows faced them as well. If the cultivators from the 3 holy lands made a move, they would be blocked. Given the current situation, they were at an absolute disadvantage in a direct conflict. There were too few of them, and some of the holy lands had not gotten involved. What they would do today would make Yi Futian kill his opponents without remorse, and the other holy lands had not dared to get involved. Kong Yao was extremely angry. The power of his divine elephant could not suppress Yi Futian. Yi Futian had killed 2 of Saint Shihua's cultivators right in front of him, shocking him and making him hesitate. Moreover, when the 2 of them had collided, he had felt just how threatening Yi Futian really was. It was as if he could restrict the space and time around him and kill him with the halberd. More images of the divine elephant descended from the sky, crushing everything. But with his current strength, Kong Yao did not dare to get closer to Yi Futian. He stepped into the sky, and one of the divine elephants expanded rapidly. It crashed through the heavens, trying to crush Yi Futian under its foot. The ability that Kong Yao had cultivated was extremely forceful. It was a saint-level ability from Jisheng Cliffs. It used the power of heaven and earth to crush anyone who fell under its feet. At the last battle of proving holiness, he had trampled many cultivators to death with it. Go. At almost the same time, Shan Mu and the other cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light got involved. Their light swords shot out towards Yi Futian, but he weaved back and forth through them, letting the attacks hit his body. When the divine ape had stepped into the air, it not only covered his body, but also the bodies of the cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light, combining them all together. Their expressions turned ugly. They were angry at this, but they couldn't deal with Yi Futian coming for them with so much force. They turned into beams of light and disappeared from where they were, shooting directly towards Yi Futian. They were fast, so fast that they merged with the light. Even though Yi Futian's close combat skills were exceptional, they had no fear as they prepared to strike the arrogant scoundrel. Yi Futian's eyes were still closed, but their movements were extremely clear in his mind. He had advanced his space-controlling powers to an astonishing degree. He clutched the halberd of time and space tightly. A divine power spread out from within it. At the instant when the cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light approached him, the space around him fell into absolute stillness. As the divine elephant crashed down, even the cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light were hit. As they were stuck in the frozen space, they could not retreat. The annihilation of light. The cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light slashed out with their swords, and with Ji Mu's at the front, they all resonated together, cutting through space. Endless light shone out, turning the space into nothingness. Everything was annihilated by that extremely beautiful light. Yi Futian thrust the halberd of space and time forward, and the light seemed to change. As he did so, everything seemed to stop and Ji Mu and the others seemed to slow down. They saw a terrible black hole storm that swallowed up the light. It was like there were two very different but powerful forces colliding in mid-air. In the next moment, the two forces crossed over each other, and Yi Futian traded places with Ji Mu and the others. Yi Futian's clothing was riddled with holes, and he was bleeding. Even his incredibly sturdy body could not bear an attack like that. Poof! 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 There was a series of sounds as Ji Mu's body cracked and burst, followed by the other cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light turning into dust as they completely disappeared from the world. Boom! There was another loud noise as the divine elephant stepped down, pressing down on Yi Futian, making him spit up a mouthful of blood. His aura fluctuated. At this moment, Yi Futian's white clothes were stained with blood, and his hair flew around his face. Although he had the halberd of time and space with its nearly invincible attack, his defenses could not also be invincible. After all, his level was still a bit lower than theirs. Of course, if he had faced his opponents after just barely reaching the sage plane, he would have been dead many times over. Although his defenses were weaker than the attack, they were still quite extraordinary in the 9 states. For people had already died at Yi Futian's hands, causing many of the others to be frightened of him. Even the saints' hearts trembled fiercely. If Yi Futian's level got any higher, who besides a saint could stop him? If he made it to the top of the saint level, would he sweep through the 9 states with his own power? Saint Ji, the great Zhou sacred king, Saint Shihua, Saint Ji and the other cultivators looked upon Yi Futian with despair. They saw his blood-stained clothes and the murder in his eyes. They all wanted to personally put an end to him, but they could only endure. What are you waiting for? Saint Ji swept his gaze over the cultivators from the 3 great holy lands of the Ocean State. The Hall of Holy Light had suffered heavy losses on this trip to the Imperial Mausoleum. Ji Mu had died, and GMO had fallen as well. Now, the only one in the Hall of Holy Light who could inherit Saint Ji's position was Jia. But even after the loss of so many cultivators, Yi Futian still stood there. Given the present situation, not killing Yi Futian now would be sowing the seeds for future disasters. The consequences would be unimaginable. If they waited a few years until he reached the top of the Sage Plain, he would be able to destroy holy lands by himself. Sword Saint gripped his demonic blade, and a fierce demonic air flow swept out. Yang Xiao Yuanhong and Zhuge Qingfeng all stood there. But there were many cultivators there from the Endless Sea. Once they entered the battle, they would be in great danger. "Attack," said Ocean Saint. And suddenly the cultivators from the three great holy lands broke through the air with terrible power. Yi Futian was strong, but at this moment his aura wavered. He must have been wounded terribly. No matter what, he would give his life here today if need be. Sword Saint saw the cultivators coming through the air, and a demonic power swept out from him. When he had used the power of the demonic blade in the past, it had only been for a single battle. Afterwards his power would be exhausted. Now that he had cultivated himself into a sage, he did not have to stop there. The demonic blade seemed to be integrated into him, and as he slashed out with it, a blade of darkness appeared in the air. It cut through everything, and the cultivators from the three great holy lands of the Endless Sea were stopped and forced to retreat. Even sages who faced that blade had to avoid its edges. Whoosh! Sword Saint stepped out and swung the blade once again towards his opponents. He dispersed their formation all by himself, making it so they had to scatter as he attacked them. Saint Xia and Saint Li are highly respected in the 9 states. Nowadays, so many holy lands have joined together to bully the barren state, and hope that they will come out to administer justice. At that moment, Moon Saint looked to Saint Xia and Saint Li. What Saint Jiang had said had not been wrong. Saint Xia seemed to really appreciate Yi Futian. Saint Li and Yi Futian also had a prior relationship, as Yi Futian had visited 9 State College several times. Thus, this level of relationship could be put to good use. Now that everyone was frightened of Yi Futian since he had killed so many by his own hand, the other holy lands did not dare to get involved for the time being. If Saint Xia and Saint Li said something, the situation would be different. These two old people stood at the top of all the figures in the 9 states. Saint Xia indeed appreciated Yi Futian. Before Princess Xia Qingyuan had left, she had asked him to protect the saints. He thought that this might be a test for Yi Futian, to see if he had the ability to disrupt his own plans. Moreover, with their position in the 9 states, if they got involved it would cause great turmoil. A storm would begin. Saint Ji's people would not listen to him if he told them to stop. The various holy lands joining together is indeed undesirable, but the college is only a place of teaching. I cannot order the students to take part in this battle. Saint Li shook his head slightly. Moon Saint naturally understood him. Saint Li did not use 9 State College as his power. He only taught there and helped disciples cultivate. He did not participate in disputes. This was a battle to the death. If he ordered his disciples to get involved, that would be equivalent to pushing them to the edge of life and death. This went contrary to his intentions. Therefore, even though he appreciated Yi Futian, he would not order his disciples to get involved, just as he did not let them go to steal Huang Zhouge's inheritance. If they had forcibly appropriated it, it would have led to disaster. When compared to Jixia Holy Palace and other holy lands, the power of 9 State College was a bit different. Saint Ji saw Moon Saint stirring up Saint Xia and Saint Li and his expression grew cold. He said, "When did you become so righteous?" Moon Saint ignored him. "Are the holy lands of Cloud State and War State so indifferent as well? If you don't want Ren Huang's inheritance, then simply retreat." Sang Ji glanced around him. The 4 great holy lands of Cloud State and the 3 great holy lands of War State had not gotten involved either. Retreat? Someone laughed. You boasted that the disciples of the Hall of Holy Light were unmatched throughout the 9 states in their martial prowess, but even when allied with many other holy lands they still can't take on the Holy Ji Palace. Now you're trying to get other people to join you. Are you scared? Everyone's eyes turned towards the speaker. It was Saint Qi, head of the Qi clan in Qi State, and number 7 on the Saint ranking. The Qi clan had once been in charge of Qi State, similar to the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, but nowadays the Hall of Holy Light had turned the tables on them. Saint Ji had always regarded the hall as the foremost power in Qi State. When his talent was revealed, Saint Qi did not look on him with a favorable light. Moon Saint smiled. All of the 9 states were their enemies? Not necessarily. Chapter 967. Saint Ji narrowed his eyes. They were like a thin crevice from which a cold light shot out as they swept over Saint Ji. Saint Ji narrowed his eyes. They were like a thin crevice from which a cold light shot out as they swept over Saint Ji. Of the 4 great holy lands of Qi State, Jixia Palace was of the same type as 9 State College, and ignored disputes. Yu House was good at rhythmic sorcery, but since they were the weakest of the 4 great holy lands of Qi State, they rarely made noise as they quietly studied their music. They did not seek trouble. Thus, the Qi State was split between the Qi family, the oldest one of the Holy Lands, and the Hall of Holy Light struggling for the position of top force. In reality, it wasn't even a struggle. They just both thought of themselves as the strongest Holy Land in Qi State. There was often friction between their disciples. Saint Qi was reserved by nature, which was exactly opposite to Saint Ji's character. Although the 2 sides had never been in harmony, there had been no friction between them for a long time as they cultivated separately. But now, Saint Qi's attitude as he spoke seemed very subtle. "Are you trying to meddle in this?" spat Saint Ji in a cold voice. "Lord Ye's talent is outstanding, unmatched in the 9 states. In time he may become the most powerful figure here. Just like the Sword Saint of the Void and the Great Shaman Yu, the 5th name on the saint ranking, have targeted Yi Futian. This is not fitting for someone of your status. Saint Xia and Saint Li are warm and unobtrusive by nature. And yet you will not let your juniors rise up? Are you worried about your place on the saint ranking?" Saint Qi ignored Saint Ji's cold voice. As the 7th name on the saint ranking, he was lower than Saint Ji, but he was not afraid of him. The Qi clan had a lot of hidden strengths. The Hall of Holy Light boasted of being the most powerful force in Qi State, but they would not dare move against the Qi clan. As for Renhuang's inheritance, it has already been taken by your junior. Lord Yi does not contest this, nor does the princess. That makes you seem a little petty, continued Saint Qi. Saint Ji said nothing as he stared at Saint Qi. He knew what he was up to. If Yi Futian had been easily killed by them in today's battle, Saint Qi would not have spoken up. He might have even joined in the struggle for Renhuang's inheritance. But in the battle that had just happened, Yi Futian had proven himself. Of course, this seemed to have nothing to do with Saint Qi, but in fact this was not the case. If Yi Futian did not die, he would seek vengeance, and would seek to kill the disciples of the Hall of Holy Light. Ji Mu and GMO, 2 promising disciples, had already been killed at his hands. If the disciples of the Hall of Holy Light suffered terrible losses, how could the next generation fight the Qi clan? This was the reason that Saint Qi had stood up to speak. As for his so-called magnanimity, could anyone speak of such a thing before Renhuang's inheritance? Cultivation of the path meant being tolerant of the heavens and the earth, but it also meant struggling with them. The essence of cultivation was plundering. It was not to never struggle with the world. Thus, why bother to cultivate unless you were someone exceptional? Saint Qi seemed generous, but really he wanted ever so much to fight the Hall of Holy Light. What does everyone think? Saint Ji swept his gaze over the expressionless cultivators from the other holy lands. They had been watching all along. Did they think to collect the spoils of victory without lifting a finger? Of course, he had previously never thought that Yi Futian would become so strong and kill 4 cultivators of the sage ranking. "Let him go," came a voice. Everyone turned to look at the speaker. It was the Vajra region lord. The number 6 and number 7 cultivators on the saint ranking had successively made their declarations. In this way, the cultivators who had stood there watching would not make their moves. Under the current situation, even if they acted, the likelihood of them getting the halberd of time and space and Renhuang's inheritance was very low. Even though Yi Futian had been seriously hurt, with the strength that he had shown, none of them could guarantee that they could kill him in close combat. Obviously, the potential loss outweighed the gains. This situation made it so that the cultivators from the 3 great holy lands of the ocean state were not willing to risk their lives. If they tried to kill anyone from the palace, Yi Futian would stop at nothing to kill them. The power that he had just displayed was quite shocking to anyone on the sage level. Yi Futian was currently facing Kong Yao, Zhou Mian and Ye Gai. But if they wanted to kill him, it would be quite difficult. At that moment a beautiful light bloomed, and Yi Futian shot towards Zhou Mian like a bolt of lightning. Suddenly the image of the golden phoenix behind Zhou Mian shook as it struck out with its feathers. Zhou Mian pulled back, widening the distance between himself and Yi Futian. Boom! There was a loud noise as Yi Futian disintegrated his attack. He appeared right in front of Zhou Mian and shot him a piercing glance. Leave, said Yi Futian. Below them, the people from the palace flashed upwards. Sword Saint, Qin Zhuang, and the others fought and retreated towards where Yi Futian was. Jia and the cultivators from the Ocean State's attacks were not as strong anymore. After a while, the cultivators from the palace gathered together in the air, and no one was able to intercept them. Thank you all, said Yi Futian. He stepped away as Kong Yao and Jia moved forward with faces held hard. No need to chase them, said Saint Ji with a gloomy look. Jia stopped with a dark look on his face. They had let Yi Futian get away with his life, and with the inheritance. There will be time for that later, came a cold voice from far away. It was Yi Futian. Everyone looked at his back as he left, and their hearts were still unsettled. They would probably never forget the battle that had just taken place. He had smashed through sages and killed 4 cultivators of the sage ranking by his own power. Who in the 9 states had such a brilliant record? A huge sword crossed through the sky and fell before Yi Futian. Yi Futian and the others stepped onto it, and suddenly the sword sped away in a winding arc. No one pursued them. All the saints of the 9 states naturally felt a bit of saintly power. It was the village chief of Tombkeeper village. He had been nearby the whole time, and had taken the people from the barren state away on his huge sword in order to avoid being intercepted. The sword pierced through the sky, and soon reunited with the village chief. Yi Futian stood upon it with the wind blowing wildly upon him, making his hair flow. He coughed and a little blood came out. Facing the attack of so many allied sages would have hurt him even if his body had been stronger. After all, he had just entered the sage plane. He had obviously been seriously wounded, he had just not shown it. Are you alright? Yi Futian looked at Hua Jieyu and Yu Shang behind him. They had fought Jia and Jimu outside the Imperial Mausoleum. Yu Shang had demonized and used up all his power in a single battle. Hua Jieyu had also received some wounds. This trip to the Imperial Mausoleum had been extremely dangerous. Huang Shi had perished, but he had done so very calmly. He had obviously thought that his death had been worth it. Huang Zhouge had received their ancestors' inheritance. We're fine. Everyone nodded. Although they had all suffered different injuries, it was no matter. After we return to the palace, we must immediately prepare for war. Mobilize the matrices as quickly as possible, said Yi Futian. He knew that this war had just begun. Saint Ji, the great Zhou sacred king, and Saint Shihua would definitely not give up. Oh, back at the Imperial Mausoleum, Saint Shihua looked up into the sky. Yi Futian had already disappeared from view. He had never thought the battle would be so fierce. He had thought that after the marriage alliance, they could easily destroy the palace. But first there had been the slaughter at Jisheng Cliffs, and today 2 sages from Shihua Sacred Mountain had been killed, as well as the great Zhou sacred king's son, Zhou Huang. His figure flashed as he stepped towards Glass Saint. The great Zhou sacred king looked at her as well. But he heard Moon Saint say, "Are the 2 holy lands of the eastern states still planning to ally together to bully Glass Saint? If so, I'd like to benefit from your instruction as well." Saint Shihua and the great Zhou sacred king stopped and looked at Moon Saint. Moon Saint was obviously thoroughly involved in this sacred war. He wanted to protect Glass Saint as well. As for the other saints, they bore no grudge towards Glass Saint. Yi Futian had taken the halberd of time and space and Huang Zhouge had taken Renhuang's inheritance, so there was no reason to stay here anymore. Glass Saint was the great Zhou sacred king's affair. She had nothing to do with them. To put it bluntly, they had only gotten involved in order to steal Renhuang's inheritance. It was not really a joint effort. If one of them had gotten it, they would probably have all turned on him. None of you are returning home to prepare your armies? Are you going to wait a few years until Yi Futian has cultivated to the point where he can come and settle the score? Asked Saint Ji coldly. Leave? Where could he have gone to? Even though Yi Futian had gotten out of there alive, where could he go? He probably did not want to go back to the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian had revealed his astonishing martial prowess. He could not keep fighting anymore. But the only people who had come here today were the top figures of their respective holy lands, so the actual number of cultivators was quite small. And once they went back and called together their armies, they would have to see if Yi Futian was alive or dead. Would Moon Saint and Saint Qi participate in the war? If they did, it would not be a small-scale battle like this had been. The great Zhou Sacred King looked at Glass Saint, then turned around, his figure flashing as he left. The cultivators from the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty followed him. Afterwards, Saint Xihua also took his people and left. The storm seemed to have ended, but it also seemed like it had just begun. Perhaps there would be an even greater storm. Saint Ji shot a glance at Saint Qi and Moon Saint, and then turned into a beam of light and shot away with Jia following him. Each of the saints of the various holy lands had their own ideas. Their figures broke through the sky as they left one by one, not even calling out farewells to each other. The 9 states will be thrown into chaos, whispered Saint Xia. We have been at peace for so many years. It makes sense that we would be thrown into chaos when a figure like Yi Futian appeared, said Saint Li. They both looked forward at the beautiful figure who still stood there. It was Glass Saint. She stared forward in a daze. Moon Saint had protected her, but there was no joy in her. She knew why Yuechan had died. Before her death, she must have made contact with Moon Saint, otherwise she would not have been able to die so calmly. And it was all for her. Her blue silk swayed in the wind, crossing over her beautiful face. She turned and left. There were only a few people left. Saint Xia and Saint Li also left together. The wind is rising, said Saint Xia. Yes it is, replied Saint Li. The wind blew past. Many people came from around the barren state as they were leaving to see the battlefield. This battle would go down in history. Chapter 968. The Holy Ji Palace was in Zhongzhou City, and with the village chief's speed they made it back in there in a short period of time. The Holy Ji Palace was in Zhongzhou City, and with the village chief's speed they made it back in there in a short period of time. The huge sword returned, and descended towards Holy Sage Pavilion, following which a voice swept out through the palace, "All disciples prepare for war." The voice was solemn, and suddenly everyone throughout the palace felt their hearts tremble. What had happened on the trip to the Imperial Mausoleum? Yang Xiao and the others' figures flashed as they went to make their arrangements. Soon everyone in the palace knew what had happened, and they were all astonished. Lord Yi Futian had slain 4 sages in one battle, including the great Zhou Sacred King's son Zhou Huang. The halberd of time and space, the number 3 divine implement on the 9 states divine implement ranking, was in his hands. He had helped Huang Zhouge obtain his ancestors' inheritance. Huang Shi had died in battle. Each piece of news was just as shocking. At the Imperial Mausoleum, all of the 9 states had been their enemy, and Yi Futian had led the people of the palace to attack them. Everyone was kicking themselves that they hadn't been there to witness it personally. Yi Futian and the other wounded were recovering in Holy Sage Pavilion. The undying old man came to visit them and give them medicine, and they all recovered very quickly. Yi Futian had the world tree life spirit, and so he recovered the fastest. Although his injuries had been severe, he was able to Holy Sage Pavilion very quickly. Somewhere in the Holy Ji Palace, 3 people were cultivating quietly. It was Lu Zixuan and the other 2 from the Endless Sea. They looked up and saw a figure coming. It was Yi Futian. Just now they had heard the news from the other people in the palace. Yi Futian had finally obtained the halberd of time and space. "You can leave," Yi Futian said to them. Lu Zixuan looked at him. Even in the palace she was still an outstanding beauty, but in Cliff State City she had been the most beautiful woman, and had been extraordinarily talented, someone who saints regarded highly. "Can I stay in the palace to cultivate?" She bit her lip as she asked this. Even though they had not been allowed to leave the palace during this time, they found it a much better place for cultivation than Cliff State City. Even Ocean King Palace did not have as good an environment for cultivation. A strange look came over Yi Futian's face. He said, "Right now the palace is facing a dire situation, and it is very possible that we will be destroyed. Are you not afraid of death?" Lu Zixuan shook her head. "Where can a cultivator find an absolutely safe place? I am willing to face this war alongside the palace. But afterwards, I hope that I will no longer be under house arrest, but a part of the palace. Yi Futian looked at Lu Zixuan's exquisite features. She was indeed a very assertive woman. The Lu clan must be very strong in Cliff State City to raise an outstanding woman like this. Fine. He nodded. What about Lu Yu and Lu Han? Brother Yi, I will also continue cultivating in the palace. Lu Yu and Yi Futian's relationship was actually quite good, as Yi Futian had taken care of her during the journey to the Lost Ruins. I will follow my sister, said Lu Han. Go back, said Lu Zixuan to Lu Han. Our family doesn't know if we are alive or dead. Go back and tell them everything. If I die, the family should know where. Sister. Lu Han looked at her. Do as I say. Lu Zixuan stared at him until Lu Han nodded slightly and said, All right. Yi Futian looked at the three of them and said, This is your own decision. On saying this, he left, and flew into the air above the Holy Ji Palace. A line of figures flashed into the sky. Yang Xiao, Sword Demon, Yu Qi and other cultivators appeared beside Yi Futian. Yu Qi said, Futian, I fear that a fierce battle is coming. Yi Futian nodded. Everyone could see that clearly. Not long ago in the Imperial Mausoleum they had forced their opponents to let them go. But if their opponents had pressed the attack, it was not certain that those Holy Lands who had spoken up for them would have gotten involved. Their enemies, the Hall of Holy Light, Xihua Sacred Mountain, and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, would doubtless go to war with them. Yi Futian looked down at the palace and said, Will the terrain around the palace affect our matrices? A little bit. Yang Xiao nodded. Our matrices will have to bypass some places. Yi Futian nodded slightly, then said, All disciples of the palace, hear my orders. Everyone stop cultivating immediately and head to the palace. His voice rolled out through the entire Holy Ji Palace. Everyone looked up at him and stopped their cultivation and flashed towards the main palace. Village chief, shouted Yi Futian in another direction. A sword flashed through the air, and the village chief appeared before Yi Futian. Once all the disciples are in the main palace, level the rest of it, said Yi Futian. Everyone trembled at these words. Would he really level the rest of the palace? There were many hidden places in the palace, many of them left behind by their ancestors, and there were ruins scattered throughout, many of which were good places for cultivation. And now Yi Futian had ordered for it all to be demolished. All of it would disappear. But no one objected. At this moment, no one could doubt Yi Futian's position within the palace. Previously, he had entered the palace on the basis of nobility, and everyone had assisted him and had high hopes for him. But now he had brought 2 saints to the palace and led them on an attack against the Jisheng Cliffs. He now stood at the highest point just below the Saint Plain. Yi Futian had become the symbol of the Holy Ji Palace. He was even symbolic of the whole barren state. Whenever the barren state was mentioned, the first thing that anyone would think of was its palace lord, Yi Futian. A group of figures flashed over as more of the elders arrived. After hearing Yi Futian's decision, they merely sighed to themselves and looked at the palace as if they could not bear to part with it. Not long after, an incomparable storm of sword chi appeared in the palace like a giant sword, flattening the earth. The buildings, mountains and ruins were crushed into dust. The disciples of the palace looked on from above with unease in their hearts. Before long, everything except for the main palace had been flattened, and of course Sage Hall was still there. Lord Yang, please lead the disciples to work even harder, Yi Futian said to Yang Xiao. He nodded, and led some men down to the ground to begin preparations for the matrices. Send this order throughout the barren state. As Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace, I call upon all swords in the barren state of the sage level or higher, continued Yi Futian. Do we need so many swords? Asked Yu Qi. He had brought many ritual implements from Alchemy City, as well as many swords. Yes, and uncle is also forging more swords. Have the people of the palace go out to collect materials. When I activated the sword matrix of the void at Nether Sword Mound, I couldn't control it, but I remembered some things. I can carve out a sword matrix, said Yi Futian. He had studied matrices at Chess Saint Villa, and had consolidated his studies at Nether Sword Mound. Now that he had reached the sage level, he could carve out his own sword matrix. Okay, we will do this. Yu Qi nodded. Sword Demon Su Shang and some others left to make ready for this. Soon the news spread all around the barren state. Yi Futian was calling all the swords in the barren state. For a time, countless cultivators set out towards the Holy Ji Palace. The news did not only sweep through the barren state, but through every part of the 9 states as the cultivators returned home. But the places that were shaken the most fiercely were the Hall of Holy Light, Xihua Sacred Mountain, and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. At the Hall of Holy Light, Saint Ji sent out an order, summoning the top forces from the area to launch an attack on the barren state. At Xihua Sacred Mountain, the order was given for all forces under their jurisdiction to gather together at the mountain. Obviously, after the events at the Imperial Mausoleum, both the Hall of Holy Light and Xihua Sacred Mountain were paying close attention to the barren state. And they were not simply summoning their forces for an attack, they were convening their holy lands. For a time, there was a terrible storm in Qi State and the Eastern State. It seemed that the Holy Ji Palace would not be able to escape disaster. In the past, who would have thought that sending a punitive expedition against the declining barren state would have required such care? Only a few years before, it had only taken Kong Yao and a few other cultivators to ravage the barren state. In Jixia Palace in Qi State 2 figures were playing chess. One was wearing white clothes and playing as white while the other was wearing black and also playing as black. Both of them looked quite extraordinary. Behind the handsome white-robed youth sat a gentle woman quietly watching the game. "Brother, your heart doesn't seem to be in the game." The black-robed figure smiled slightly as he moved his piece, then looked up at the white-robed figure. The white-robed youth stared at the board, then smiled as he moved a piece. "I've lost 3 games in a row. Is it because of the news from the barren state?" The white-robed figure smiled at him and said, "If I was a piece in this game, I've already been taken off the board. Why worry about it?" "Why has this piece been removed?" said the man in black with a smile. "Naturally, it was in order to join a better game," answered the white-robed youth. "In that case, if the new game really is better, then this piece has a reason for being. At the very least, making the decision to be removed in order to change games is not altogether blameless, but is at least forgivable," said the figure in black. On hearing this, the white-robed youth trembled slightly. He looked at the figure in front of him, then turned and left. He had changed games? Since he had left, the barren state's game had changed indeed. After the white-robed youth left, another person came in. It was the number 3 person at the 9 States Forum at Xihua Sacred Mountain, Zhuge Yi. "Did you intend to provoke Brother Bai?" asked Zhuge Yi. "Brother Bai's talent is outstanding, but he has demons that he needs to face. He is like a dead chess piece," said the man in black. "But isn't it dangerous to let him go? There is no making without breaking. To seek the great path, one's heart must be without lack. If he does not take this step, then he will be lacking something, and it will be impossible for him to take the next step," said the man in black. Zhuge Yi nodded gently. The man in white returned to his residence and sat in front of an old tree for 3 days. He cultivated until he broke through his level, and then turned and left the palace. Chapter 969. Chapter 969. Storm in the 9 States. Chapter 969. Storm in the 9 States. Moon Saint from the Moon Clan came to pay a visit on the E Clan in the Summer State. Since he had come personally, Saint E came personally to greet him. At that moment, the 2 top figures of the Summer State sat drinking tea and chatting in one of the E Clan's pavilions like they were friends who had not seen each other in many years. "I've heard that Xihua Sacred Mountain, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, and the Hall of Holy Light have mustered their armies in preparation to attack the barren state. With the strength of these 3 holy lands, there's no question that the barren state can't match them. Especially the Hall of Holy Light. They've lost a lot of their cultivators recently, but they still rank in the top 5 of the 9 states, and that is not an empty reputation. And then you have the forces of the Endless Sea on top of that. Are you really planning to join in this war?" said Saint E to Moon Saint. It seemed that he wanted to convince Moon Saint to abandon this course of action. "Are you planning to get involved?" asked Moon Saint. "Whether I get involved or not, the palace will be destroyed." Saint E took a sip of tea as he spoke. Saint Ji was cruel by nature. They would not wait for Yi Futian to grow stronger and thus threaten them. When their armies descended, no matter how strong Yi Futian was, he would have no way to save the palace. What if the palace is destroyed but Yi Futian survives? Asked Moon Saint. Does Yi Futian have a chance of breaking out of their encirclement? Saint Yi thought of the battle that had taken place, and was silent for a while. There's not much hope, he said finally, but it is possible. If that time really comes, and if the palace is really destroyed, the Yu clan will die fighting to let Yi Futian escape the encirclement. Even Ren Huang's inheritance is not necessary as long as he lives. Moon Saint smiled. If he reaches the top level of the Sage Plane, you have to admit that he could take on an army by himself. Saint Yi looked at his guest. Moon Saint was resolute. He thought back to that day and how Yi Futian had seemed peerless. If he truly reached the top level of the Sage Plane, then Kong Yao would not have been able to withstand even a single blow from the halberd, and he would sweep away all before him. It would truly be possible that a single person could be compared to an army. If Yi Futian lives, he'll get revenge for the palace, and who will be able to survive? Moon Saint took a sip from his cup and then put it down. Speaking of which, even though you shot a few arrows at him that day, this is no great problem. If you just stand by idly and send someone to make your apologies, Yi Futian will not count it against you. No matter what kind of storms rage in the 9 states, as long as the Yi clan stays out of the way, what danger will come to them? After all, even if you had gotten Ren Huang's inheritance, could you even have kept it away from Saint Ji? You know what he's like. If the 9 states falls into chaos, non-action is the best strategy. Why did so many holy lands observe passively on that day? First, the Great Zhou sacred king was arrogant and harassed Yi Futian. How is the Great Zhou sacred dynasty now? Their power has been declining continuously. And how about Jisheng Cliffs? Now that Saint Ji and Saint Xihua have entered the game, can they guarantee that they will force Yi Futian into total retreat? And the Qi clan is watching them like a hungry tiger, just waiting for the Hall of Holy Light to fall. Do you really want to jump into these troubled waters? Continued Moon Saint. A thoughtful look came over Saint Yi's face. What Moon Saint was saying made sense. He also knew that if they could have really killed Yi Futian that day, the various holy lands would not have hesitated to kick him while he was down. After all, Ren Huang's inheritance had been there. If they didn't try for it, how could they know what the result would have been? Now were Yi Futian and the Holy Ji Palace in a hopeless situation? Since you know that non-action is the best strategy, why are you getting involved? Saint Yi stared at Moon Saint. Moreover, he had aided Yi Futian when all the 9 states had been against him. Now he had come to persuade him to stand by passively. You must know that before this affair there was friendship between Yi Futian and the Yu clan. Moreover, with his outstanding talent, he may one day reach beyond even the Saint Plane. In any case, at that time it was better to assist him than to try and wrest Ren Huang's inheritance away. And now that we've gotten involved, we can only see things through. Moon Saint smiled. Moreover, you must see that Saint Xia values Yi Futian as well. It won't be so easy to kill him. On saying this, he stood up and said, I've said my piece. If you still decide to join the war, then we will meet on the field of battle. Farewell. He turned and left. After he left, Saint Yi still sat there with a thoughtful expression, as if he had not yet made up his mind. Send cultivators to all the holy lands to observe their movements. Send a few more throughout the barren state to see what the Holy Ji Palace is doing. He said. Yes, sir. The people outside the pavilion left to carry out his orders. Oh, the Vajra region was on a holy mountain in war state. It was known as the strongest of martial holy lands. The cultivators of the Vajra region cultivated Buddhist combat techniques. They were extremely tough and strong. Their bodies were unmatched, and their attack power was extremely high. The lord of the Vajra region therefore respected Yu Shang's talent, and had invited him to cultivate there for 3 years. At this moment, the Kasaya-wearing monks were sitting cross-legged on their cattail hassocks. In front of them all was the Vajra region lord, who was preaching at the altar. His voice was like a Buddha's and was also like the Great Path. It resonated with the 108 enlightened ones behind him, and made all who listened to it feel refreshed. He stopped preaching after a while, and fingered his prayer beads. He looked at everyone and said, "You have listened to me preach the great path for many years, but have rarely left the mountain. Now that there is chaos in the 9 states, I want you to leave and attain enlightenment there." "Who should we help, Lord?" asked a monk. "Help whoever you want to," answered the Vajra region lord. "All right." Everyone nodded and then left. On this day, 108 warrior monks left their mountain seeking the great path and headed towards the 9 states. At that moment, a figure wearing a long green dress stood quietly on a suspended platform outside Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple, gazing out into the distance. The wind blew through her hair, gently stroking her exquisite features. Her dress fluttered in the wind. She was like an immortal who had come down to the world of mortals. "Master." At that moment, Goddess Qingni walked up behind her. Glass Saint had said very little for the past few days. Yuachan's death had affected her greatly. "What is the situation like outside?" asked Glass Saint without turning to look at Qingni. "The Hall of Holy Light, Shihua Sacred Mountain, and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty have all called their armies together. They can attack the barren state at any time," answered Goddess Qingni. "Anything else?" asked Glass Saint. "Each of the forces in the area under our control have sent people to beg you to excuse them," continued Goddess Qingni. Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple had also summoned all their cultivators, but none of them had obeyed. The situation in the barren state was known throughout the 9 states, and would likely lead to catastrophe. After the barren state, the next place to be destroyed would probably be Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple. Under these circumstances, none of the forces in the area dared get involved in the war, and instead only sent people to beg for mercy. Glass Saint was silent, still looking off into the distance. She said, "Summon everyone in the temple who is of the sage level or above. We will go to the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. Have everyone else leave temporarily. If something happens to me, they are to never return." "Master." Goddess Qingni's heart trembled slightly. "Do as I say," said Glass Saint. Goddess Qingni nodded and left. The news spread quickly. The cultivators of Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple all left within a day. A group of them went to the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, but they took no action, seeming to only be there to contain the dynasty's forces. Glass Saint was not there. She naturally left Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple as well, but no one knew where she went. Some said that she had gone to the capital of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, and was preparing to fight the Great Zhou Sacred King to the death. Anyone who was perceptive enough could see the enmity between the two of them. The storms that had swept out across the 9 states began to gather together. And, there in the center of the storm, the barren state was the most active of all the 9 states. These past few days many people from throughout the barren state had come to Zhongzhou City, and many of them had even come to the Holy Ji Palace to offer their swords. The Holy Ji Palace had been leveled. Yi Futian had been setting up matrices all along, while using chess spirit to calculate more of them. Now, there was a chain of interlocking patterns in the vast land where the palace had been. There was a group of swords at the center, and each sword was a sage-level ritual implement. At that moment, a group of figures broke through the sky, and a voice rang out, "Futian, why have you come?" Yi Futian looked up at the figures in the air, and saw that one of them was the college chief of Starry School in Divine Sky City. He was now the college chief of 3 colleges. "I heard that you have called together all the swords in the barren state, so I brought you the swords from Divine Sky City," said the college chief with a smile. "And not only us. The Long family, the Gu family, and other forces from Divine Sky City have also come. Although we don't have many swords, us old folks have a bit of combat experience," said Chen Yuan with a smile. Beside him was Mu Chuan of Zhaixing House. Yi Futian was moved as he looked at all these familiar faces. He smiled and said, "Thank you all for your help, but Yunqi and Linger shouldn't join in the fun. Have them return to Divine Sky City." He naturally saw that Gu Yunqi and Long Linger were in the crowd behind Chen Yuan. Gu Yunqi looked at Yi Futian. There was still some faint affection in her gentle eyes. She had heard that he was now able to sweep away all the cultivators in the 9 states. He was a legend. "I was a disciple of the palace. Why shouldn't I fight?" "Don't think you can kick me out, Brother Yi," said Long Linger. "You can stay if you want, But once the fighting starts you must go into Holy Sage Pavilion with everyone else, said Yi Futian with a smile and a shake of the head. On the day of battle, he would have everyone under the sage level go into Holy Sage Pavilion to arrange matrices. Even if they lost, those people would be safe. At that moment more people appeared in the sky. Futian. A gentle voice rang out. Yi Futian looked up and saw two figures. A strange look came over his face. Why have you come, little butterfly? Master said that you promised that before you tried his medicine. Little butterfly paused. I can't die, said Yi Futian with a smile. Little butterfly smiled softly and said, Master said that your last round of trials can be done at the palace, so he ordered me and my brother to come. Saint Jiang is too relentless. Yi Futian was silent for a while. So many people had come to the palace. Chapter 970. Yi Futian had already experienced 2 rounds of medicinal trials in succession, so he knew that if the testing was successful it would greatly progress his own strength, whether physical or spiritual in will. Yi Futian had already experienced 2 rounds of medicinal trials in succession, so he knew that if the testing was successful it would greatly progress his own strength, whether physical or spiritual in will. In the previous trial process, he had even comprehended the rule of particles. Now that the Holy Ji Palace was facing a great calamity, going to the 9-state college was clearly out of the question for him, so Saint Jiang had sent Little Butterfly to the Holy Ji Palace personally. However, this last round of trial was the most dangerous. At the time Saint Jiang had reminded him to go to the 9-state college after he was at least a mid-level sage. However, he was still only a lower-level sage, so he wondered whether he could bear it. But under the current circumstances he had to give it a try no matter what. As long as the trial was successful his strength would rise to another level so that Kong Yao, who ranked 9th, could be crushed. Yi Futian saw that Su Chehan was behind Little Butterfly, and he offered a faint smile. Su Chehan looked at him indifferently. I just came by the command of the master. Yi Futian smiled and said nothing. This guy used to guard him like a thief in the herb garden. Little Butterfly. A laughter was heard, and it was Hua Jieyu coming over. Jieyu. Little Butterfly also responded with a smile, then walked over to the direction of Hua Jieyu, and the two chatted. The two of them, fairy-like, standing together, formed a rare but beautiful sight to behold. Chief and uncles, I will not be entertaining you then. You have seen the situation here at the palace. I can only beg your indulgence. Yi Futian said with a smile. Linger, you are a disciple of Holy Ji Palace, so you are almost a host too. You should take everyone on a walk around. Long Linger pouted and mumbled, beauty has made you forget your duties. You are asking for it. Yi Futian rubbed the head of Long Linger. Seeing so many old friends coming before the time of war for the Holy Ji Palace put him in a much better mood. When he ventured into the Holy Ji Palace, help came from all directions. Today the situation was completely different from before. This time it was to defend against the invasion of the Hall of Holy Light and Shihua Sacred Mountain. But what remained the same were these old friends gathered once again to support him. Naturally he felt a great warmth in his heart. Let's not delay the testing then, Yi Futian said to Little Butterfly and Su Chehan. The war was just around the corner and the testing would not been done in a single day, so the earlier the better. Little Butterfly nodded, and then several of them stepped away. Watching them leave, Gu Yunqi bowed her head slightly, and there was a slight sense of loss reflected in those beautiful eyes of hers, but then she had a bright smile on her face. He was now the lord of Holy Ji Palace and the fate of the palace, and even that of the barren state was tethered on him, so how could he find time to chat a word or two with her? Seeing that he was now getting more excellent by the day, she should be happy for him, and hope that he could sail through this coming calamity. That girl has no filter. Don't hold what she said to heart. The 4 of them walked and he caught up with Little Butterfly and Jieyu, with Su Chehan behind. Not at all. Little Butterfly gently shook her head. Hua Jieyu smiled at Yi Futian. But maybe Linger was right. Yi Futian blinked his eyes and Little Butterfly blushed and said, Jieyu, don't think so much. Little Butterfly, you don't know this guy. He's tempted when he sees pretty girls. Especially you, so you must be careful around him. Hua Jiue said to Little Butterfly, smiling. Little Butterfly's face was a little redder, and Yi Futian was on the verge of tears. With a wife like this, who needed enemies? Jieyu, if you continue like this, someone behind me will probably poison me, Yi Futian joked. Su Chehan looked at the three who were chatting in front of him and could not quite get the meaning right away. Senior brother wouldn't do that, Little Butterfly said. You didn't know that when I was in the herb garden your senior brother threatened me to watch my step? Yi Futian smiled and responded. Su Chehan's footsteps slowed and he gave Yi Futian a frosty look. Because of his cultivation, that is the temperament of my senior brother. Don't take it to heart. Little Butterfly did not look at Su Chehan, but just explained it. Yi Futian nodded, then stopped to wait for Su Chehan to catch up. Little Butterfly turned to look at the two men. Jieyu pulled her hand and said, "We'll go first. Even if Great Teacher Su wants to kill me now, I'm afraid it won't be easy." Yi Futian smiled and looked at Su Chehan. Su Chehan's gray pupils looked at Yi Futian, and a faint coldness exuded from him. He had heard of the Battle of Zhongzhou City. In the past few years his strength had improved greatly, and he had already become a high-level sage not long ago. However, Yi Futian killed 4 great sages in the siege, so defeating him wouldn't be easy. You can try. Su Chehan's voice was still cold. I know that Great Teacher Su is an expert at poison, but I have already experienced 2 rounds of trials, and am resistant to poison. Moreover, Great Teacher Su is our guest, so why the long face? I will not be inhospitable like Great Teacher Su. Yi Futian, referring to the time when his visits were rejected. Su Chehan gave Yi Futian a look. If you didn't have a wife, I wouldn't mind if you pursued Little Butterfly. But if you want Little Butterfly to be your concubine, you have another thing coming to you. You are so boring. It is much more fun to be with Little Butterfly. Yi Futian patted his shoulder, and then accelerated to catch up with Hua Jieyu and Little Butterfly in front. Su Chehan stiffened a bit, watching Yi Futian move forward and quickening his steps to catch up to the others. Yi Futian and the others were at the medicinal pool in the Holy Sage Pavilion, and this time it was an enclosed space. When Yi Futian entered the medicinal pool, Little Butterfly and Su Chehan were sweating. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu went together inside, and there was a terrible storm hovering above the medicinal pool in front of them. There was lightning that was constantly flashing, emitting a suffocating pressure. Yi Futian's heart beat wildly. Was this really a medicinal bath? But how was it that the medicine pool in front felt like a catastrophe that was enough to make one disappear into it? The face of Hua Jieyu had also changed, and she could feel the terrible aura that came from it and permeated the space. Little Butterfly was not as relaxed as she was before. Her beautiful eyes were solemn. Before she deliberately tried to appear relaxed in an attempt to relax herself. But in fact, she clearly knew that the medicinal bath that her master had personally prepared this time was truly terrible. Hua Jieyu's dainty hand that was holding Yi Futian sweated, and exerted a little force as if she did not want Yi Futian to try. Before she had just heard about it, but she did not think that the medicinal trial would be so terrifying. The master said that this round of trials should have started when you become a top-level sage, or at the very least a mid-level sage. Considering your current plane, the master has reduced the potency of the medicinal bath. Little Butterfly looked at Yi Futian and said softly, "Got it." Yi Futian nodded and walked forward, but the hand that held the hand of Hua Jieyu did not loosen, still holding on tightly. Turning his head, Yi Futian smiled at Hua Jieyu. It was the same as the 2 previous trials. I just have to tough it out and all will be well. Hua Jieyu looked at Little Butterfly, and Little Butterfly squeezed out a smile. It should be fine. It was only then that Hua Jieyu released her hand and helped Yi Futian to take off his coat. Yi Futian looked at Su Chehan. Could Great Teacher Su step aside? I am not used to being watched by a grown man. Su Chehan gave Yi Futian a cold look and then went away. I will go out too. Little Butterfly whispered. Little Butterfly, stay and help. I am afraid of any unexpected situations. Hua Jiue said to her, so that Little Butterfly nodded as an agreement. On the body of Yi Futian there was a dazzling brilliance, and there were the sounds of dragons and apes coming out from his body. Even the faint shadow of the rock seemed to have appeared. At the same time, keeping a tight hold to his spiritual will, he stepped into the medicinal pool. In the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, Great Zhou Sacred King sat in the Great Hall and listened to a messenger's report. The cultivators of the lapis lazuli Holy Temple had appeared in the territory of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. Their whereabouts were unknown, and it seemed they had broken up into cells, and many may have already infiltrated the holy capital. The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty mobilized many cultivators to search and had made several arrests, but on the same token, some also died. The lapis lazuli Holy Temple seemed to have them pegged. It was said that the glass saint had disbanded the lapis lazuli Holy Temple, and now there was no one left at the temple. Glassy, Great Zhou Sacred King looked indifferently towards the distance and remembered the scene in the imperial mausoleum when Yi Futian held the sacred glass saint in his arms and had his way with her, and his eyes filled with endless thoughts of murder. Yi Futian treated her thusly, so why would she still help the barren state? I and Zhou Yanwang will embark, leading the Golden Phoenix Army. Other cultivators stay and guard the palace. Great Zhou Sacred King commanded coldly. He would lead the most powerful army of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty to conquer, and the others would be more than enough to defend the lapis lazuli Holy Temple. Boom! Boom! At this time there were violent trembling sounds coming from the Great Hall in the rear. Many people looked up over yonder, including the Great Zhou Sacred King, and suddenly there was a dazzling light flashing through his eyes, and he started toward that direction. Boom! A loud noise was heard, and the Great Hall was breached. A beautiful and radiant blade of light went straight into the sky. Immediately afterward, everyone in the palace saw a sword, the divine sword. This divine sword went straight through the air, as if with a life of its own. Great Zhou Sacred King was extremely fast. In an instant, his palms extended, and a terrible golden phoenix appeared between heaven and earth. Its claws smacked down from the sky and grabbed toward the divine sword. However, at this moment the incomparable glory exploded from within the divine sword, and it disappeared right where it was, crossing the void and appearing in the sky above. Great Zhou Sacred King looked extremely bad. Like a divine phoenix, he gave chase and wanted to waylay the divine sword. But that divine sword continued to shuttle through the void. Even the speed of Great Zhou Sacred King could not catch up with it. Very quickly, Great Zhou Sacred King gave up. He stood high in the sky, and a horrible air emitted from him, its power threatening the world. At the time they used the life of Dozhan in exchange of Zhou Huang, the others and also this divine sword. Now the divine sword had taken flight on its own and disappeared. Clearly he had been had. This divine sword had a spirit and could stay and go on its own. However, who was controlling the divine sword? And where did the divine sword go on this day? In the land of Eastern State, many who were levitating in the sky saw that above the void there was a sword in flight on its own, continuing to cross the void until it disappeared at the edge of Eastern State. Chapter 971. At the end of the year 10016 of the Divine Prefecture calendar, 9 states did not have the holiday atmosphere of past years. At the end of the year 10016 of the Divine Prefecture calendar, 9 states did not have the holiday atmosphere of past years. In the barren state outside of Zhongzhou City in the endless sky there was a black eagle flying about, wings widespread as if it were patrolling. Groups of cultivators traveling by levitation entered the territory of Zhongzhou City. These were cultivators who had traveled from all over the 9 states. Just 5 or 6 years ago the people of 9 states had all but forgotten about the barren state. There was no value in the holy land of the barren state, so it was even excluded from 9 state forum. But today, this city at the center of barren state had become the eye of the storm in the 9 states. Countless powerful people came from far away in the past several months, just to witness the battle that was forthcoming in Zhongzhou City. The 9 states had not had such a battle of this level for 100 years. So how could it not attract this kind of attention? It was rumored that the Hall of Holy Light, Xihua Sacred Mountain, and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had all assembled an enormous army, but they did not immediately set off. According to some, the Hall of Holy Light had dispatched saints to the 3 holy lands of Endless Ocean, and urged them to send great armies in support and had agreed upon a time of action. As if they had reached some kind of agreement, the three holy lands of the Endless Ocean also started calling in the powers of the islands in the territory, ready to make war with the barren state. Because several holy lands had agreed to send troops at the same time, it also caused delays for some time. After all, the strength of the Holy Ji Palace at the barren state, along with the backings of the Yu clan and the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple, made even a principality as strong as the Hall of Holy Light dare not to challenge them alone. If only one force arrived, it was highly possible that the Holy Ji Palace would welcome the fight straight away, and the ending would be highly unpredictable. Finally, on the first day of the year 10017 of the Divine Prefecture calendar, the conglomerate of the great armies from the 6 holy lands of the Hall of Holy Light, the Shihua Sacred Mountain, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, the North Deep, the Ocean Palace, and the Celestial Cliffs departed almost at the same time, clearly launching a pre-planned joint attack. In 9 states, the turbulence had started. As for the other holy lands, the speculation was that currently Zhongzhou City must be filled with people who were gathered from all the holy lands in 9 states. It was just that they had not revealed their identities. In addition to the great armies from the 6 great holy lands, Saint Ji of Jisheng Cliffs and Kong Yao had been staying at Zhongzhou City. At this time, in a wine cellar in Zhongzhou City, there were a few people sitting quietly drinking. Among them, there was an extraordinary elder who looked about 50, full of spirits and enthusiasm. His eyes were bright and alert, but full of gentle smiles that gave him a very comfortable presence. "Master, will the battle of the Holy Lands break out?" a young man asked the old man in front of him, who was another saint from the Yu state, Stone Saint. Stone Saint kept an extremely low profile, almost never interested in what went on in the outside world. In the Yu state, the Jisheng Cliffs had always been known as its first holy land. Although Stone Saint was also a cultivator of the Saint Plain, he was not well known. Many said that the Stone Saint had no quarrel with the world, just concentrating on cultivation. The saints of Holy Ji Palace have been evading the conflict, otherwise the Great Zhou Sacred King would have already made his move. Qi clan of the Qi state, how dare they? Was there any exchange? Saint Ji asked. Yes, the messenger nodded. But the people of Qi clan denied that they were boxing us in. They just said that the cultivators of Qi clan have long admired the cultivators of the Hall of Holy Light, and have come to our hall to visit the disciples of the Hall of Holy Light. Saint Ji's eyes revealed great viciousness that was pure cold murder. The Qi clan admiring the Hall of Holy Light for a long time? To pay tribute to the disciples of the Hall of Holy Light? This was a pile of nonsense. This was a naked threat from the Qi clan, plain and simple. They did not send people directly to participate in the battle, and they did not want to make enemies with the Holy Lands at the same time, so they came up with such a plan to go for the quick. To distract the attention of the Hall of Holy Light from the battle. I will leave some people here, you take the rest back. Saint Ji's voice was extremely cold as his eyes passed through the army. He then divided them into groups and kept a group of elite cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light, and less than half of the cultivators from other areas in the region of the Hall of Holy Light. Those who turned back would at least be enough to cope with the cultivators from the Qi clan who gathered in a hurry at the Hall of Holy Light. Saint Ji believed that the Qi clan was more of a threatening force rather than one intent on attacking the Hall of Holy Light. Otherwise it would have already happened. He understood what that old man Saint Qi was thinking about, to kill with a borrowed sword. As long as Yi Futian was alive, he would be a great threat to the Hall of Holy Light. Moreover, Qi clan did not need to offend other Holy Land forces, and it did not even need to directly be involved on the battlefield. He was truly tricky old fox. In the southerly region of Zhongzhou City, there were many humongous divine golden phoenixes descending. On the back of every divine phoenix there was a group of cultivators. Likewise, the Great Zhou Sacred King also did not bring all his people, but he brought with him his most elite troop, the Golden Phoenix Army. In the southeastern region, the 3 great holy lands of the Endless Ocean had arrived together. The demonic beasts in the outer area of Zhongzhou City continued to hover and flew toward the sky. When the 6 holy lands had all arrived, they set foot in this central city of the barren state and marched toward the same direction. The cultivators of the Hall of Holy Light continued to move forward. They passed by a Buddhist mountain in Zhongzhou City, and on top of the mountain there was a famous temple. When they passed through, there was a golden glow on the top of mountain, and the light of Buddha was spreading far and wide. Many looked in that direction and saw a shocking scene. There were 108 Buddhists who turned into a giant Buddha, releasing a blazing light of Buddha like a big statue of Buddha. Saint Ji glanced at the Buddhist mountain. In the land of the barren state, there was never the presence of such powerful monks. Clearly, those were the people of the Vajra region. It was just 108 people. Even if it was the 108 battling monks of the Vajra region, what could they do? How could they dream to subvert the situation? When the cultivators of the Hall of Holy Light passed by, an even more brilliant light of Buddha shone forth, and then the Buddha stepped into the void like an immense and boundless Buddha walking on top of Zhongzhou City, each step spanning a great distance, following the cultivators of the Hall of Holy Light. This had made many cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light incredible displeased. What was the meaning of these Vajra region cultivators? To follow them at every step. Chapter 972. All eyes were on the young man who was hovering in the air at the Holy Ji Palace. All eyes were on the young man who was hovering in the air at the Holy Ji Palace. From that battle onwards, no one would have dared bully the Holy Ji Palace and any students from that holy land. Yi Futian had brought the Holy Ji Palace to lengths and achievements that the Holy Land of the Barren State had never seen before in all those he had been in charge. Be it the Nine-State Forum or the skirmish at the Imperial Mausoleum, the Barren State had emerged victorious over all other holy lands of the 9 states. He came to possess the halberd of space and time, a divine implement left behind by the Ocean King and ranked third on the divine implements ranking. He had led them to victory against the Great Zhou sacred dynasty, and had reduced Jisheng Cliffs to a mere shadow of its former form. He had also killed 4 major figures ranked high in the sage ranking all by himself. There was no one throughout the 9 states who did not know Yi Futian and the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. As such, while the current state where 7 holy lands throughout the 9 states intended to ally themselves in an attempt to destroy the Holy Ji Palace was indeed a disaster, but it was nonetheless also an achievement that the people of the Holy Ji Palace were proud of as well. 7 major holy lands needed to ally themselves in order to take on the Holy Ji Palace in present. There was simply no holy land that dared challenge the Holy Ji Palace all on their own. While battle rose and Yi Futian gazed at the faces in the air and continued, I heard that there are some within the Holy Ji Palace who claim that we would be safe so long as we hand over Joga. While it is true that the crisis could be averted if we would just hand Joga over, but if someone were to demand Huang Joga from the Holy Ji Palace, then there would be people demanding me to hand over someone else from the Holy Ji Palace in the future. Unless the Holy Ji Palace is fine with being at the bottom end of holy lands throughout the 9 states, any talk would be futile given how we're not even daring enough to fight for what is ours. If I'm unable to protect even just Huang Joga alone, then I wouldn't be qualified to protect the holy land that had been around for ages. Yi Futian scanned everyone present and his voice roused his audience to high spirits. I shall be fighting in this matter at the very forefront at any given moment. The battle fought today shall be fought in the Holy Ji Palace's honor. Countless students of the Holy Ji Palace felt their heart burning. For the Holy Ji Palace, the Sword Demon, Lord of the Sword Palace said in a brimming voice. For the Holy Ji Palace, the Sword Saint said solemnly. For the Holy Ji Palace, voices were heard here and there. For the Holy Ji Palace, countless voices were heard from the sky. It was the only voice that reverberated throughout the entire Holy Ji Palace. Morale had never been so high. Among the crowd, the sword was seen sitting solemnly, guarding the area all on his own. Yuan Hong led an army garrisoning another area. Qin Zhuang and the other 8 swordsmen sitting on the ground in formation. Hua Jieyu Yushang, Yi Wuchen and the others standing by, as well as the palace lord's brothers and sisters in training. There was also Lu Zixuan, who had just joined the ranks of the Holy Ji Palace. Her eyes were fixed on the silhouette in the air. He knew that the handsome figure was something godlike and worthy of worship in that holy land of the barren state. There were Goddess Dai and great teacher Su from the 9-state college. Even they were inspired due to standing among the crowd and experiencing the heat from all the others around them. Goddess Dai's eyes reddened somewhat and said, "It's truly my honor to be able to join this fight." Su Chehan stared at the sky. While it was true that the figure above was a bit of a douche, he was nonetheless very charming at the moment. If it had not been for the fact that he was already married, Little Butterfly would have earned herself a good husband if she were to marry him. It would have at least been better than to have her following Su Che-han. Yi Futian went on with medicine tests throughout the days. While the entire course of 81 days was not completed, but it was nonetheless considered a success for being able to get so far. Little Butterfly's teacher said that if Yi Futian was able to make it through the first day, then they shall help Yi Futian out. As such, even though Su Che-han had no liking for Yi Futian, he would have still joined the fight. But then again, even if his teacher did not give such an order, there was still no way he would have sat by and do nothing if Little Butterfly intended to fight. Demonic beasts circled around in the air and their eyes looked far away. In the Holy Sage Pavilion, there were matrices protecting those below Sage Plane. However, many in the air gazed at the silhouettes appearing above the Holy Sage Pavilion, and everyone understood that the upcoming battle was one that would have decided the fate of the Holy Ji Palace. If the Holy Ji Palace were to emerge victorious, few would have been able to shake Yi Futian in the future. He was nigh invincible at Sage Plane, and if a saint of the 9 states intended to kill him when he became a saint one day, it would not have been easy as well. The Holy Ji Palace stood as long as Yi Futian stood. If the Holy Ji Palace were to lose, there would have been no holy lands left in the barren state, and things would have looked bleaker than it used to be. Demonic beasts held high up in the air, and terrifying might was sensed from far away. Although few were able to extend their spiritual powers that far, but they felt the immense pressure coming their way. The pressure of the army preceded the army itself. They're here. Many quipped deep down, and Yi Futian's eyes looked far away ahead. The deep eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the space, and formless current ebbed in the air, growing increasingly powerful, and the demonic beasts circling in the air continued to howl. They were very restless, and Yi Futian was able to feel what they were feeling clearly. Even demonic beast at the pinnacle of Sage Plane felt so as well. They were about to face a 60,000-strong army, and things would have no longer been like how it was back in the Imperial Mausoleum, where there were only a handful of top-notch figures from a myriad of holy lands. Eventually, brilliant shimmer was seen. Saint Ji and the mighty ones from the Hall of Holy Light reached first before everyone else, stopping outside the Holy Ji Palace, and stood high above the air, as if they were a celestial army. The howl of the phoenix was heard as well, and bright flames were seen burning in the sky. The Zhou Sacred King and Zhou Yanwang, both saints, arrived, as well as the Golden Phoenix Army. Their numbers were comparatively few, as many mighty ones were held back by the people of the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple. Saint Xihua arrived shortly after. All 3 of the saints of the Xihua Sacred Mountain were there. Their numbers were the greatest among the 3 forces. Vast, powerful might was felt in another direction. The people of the Holy Ji Palace turned around and found an allied force consisted of 3 armies from the Endless Ocean arrived, boosting the greatest number. The ocean state was situated at the Endless Ocean. Their area was vast and cultivators aplenty. Countless islands were controlled by the 3 holy lands of the ocean state. One could have only imagined how vast such an allied army would have been as they blocked out the sky. While spirits remained high among the ones from the Holy Ji Palace, but they were unable to help but shudder nonetheless, after sensing the solid, undeniable might of the invaders. Doom! Golden light of the Buddha shimmered from far away, ringing in the air. Many turned to look at that direction and found a powerful ancient Buddha-like figure running in the air. Is Vajra region getting themselves into this as well? Saint Ji said coldly. The monks of the Vajra region had been coming alongside them before, and it was obvious that the monks were not on their side. The Lord of the Vajra region advised them back in the Imperial Mausoleum to let their enemies go after all. 108 warrior monks from the Vajra region has come seeking the path of enlightenment. A voice was heard rumbling in the air. The dazzling light of the Buddha got increasingly close to the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian saw them heading towards the Holy Ji Palace before descending to the ground at the same time. Many students of the Holy Ji Palace was getting ready to fight, but Yi Futian waved and prevented them from activating the matrices. Boom! A loud rumble was heard as dust was sent flying. 108 warrior monks seemed to have coalesced into a single Buddha, as they stacked on top of one another. The monks stepped on the shoulders of each other. The higher the levels, the fewer the monks seen standing. Only one monk stood at the very top. He was dressed in a kasaya garb and looked very young. Despite being a monk, he looked very handsome and his eyes seemed to possess some mystical powers capable of seeing through people's minds. He was seen closing his hands together and chanted a string of Buddhist chants at Futian. Yu Shang stood up and stepped forward, bowing slightly to the monk at the very top, appearing very respectful. The one before them was the leader of the 108 warrior monks of Vajra region. Brother Tianxin, Yu Shang called. Futian heard Yu Shang's voice and took a look at the monk, before nodding and addressing him, Master Tianxin. Palace Lord Yi. The monk returned the gesture to Futian. Everyone from the Holy Ji Palace turned their eyes at the monk, and they came to admire him somewhat. Number 3 on the sage ranking of the sage and saint rankings of the 9 states, Monk Tianxin of the Vajra region. He did not participate in the previous orthodoxy battles, or he might have become a saint over a decade ago. It was said throughout the 9 states that Monk Tianxin had no intentions of borrowing any external implements, and wanted to come to enlightenment on his own. He was ranked 3rd only because he did not participate in the last orthodoxy battles, while Jia, who went about beating people up, went all the way to be ranked 2nd. Many people held the belief that the powers of Monk Tianxin of the Vajra region easily rivaled that of Jia. Yu Shang, many of our younger brothers claim to want to ask for guidance from you, and thus we came all the way here. Monk Tianxin smiled as he replied to Yu Shang. We shall have all the time in the world to do so after this battle, Yu Shang said as he looked at the monks of the Vajra region. As pompous as always, some monk quipped. Be careful, Yu Shang. I'm not going to go easy on you this time, someone else said as well. Very well, we shall fight to our heart's content after this. Yu Shang nodded. Tianxin, are you seeking enlightenment or death? Jia's eyes were seen glaring at them from afar, at the Hall of Holy Light's direction. His murderous intent was sharp and unmistakable. Tianxin turned around to look at Jia, who continued, if you're seeking enlightenment, go elsewhere. If you're seeking death, feel free to stay. Tianxin looked at him and closed his hands. The light of the Buddha shimmered all over him and he said, your senses are corrupted and shall need Buddhist methods to cleanse them. How do we go about that, big brother? Monks from beneath asked. Through expiating the soul, Monk Tianxin answered. Mercy. The monk beneath nodded. Jia's eyes were incredibly cold. The number 2 and number 3 on the sage ranking seemed to be at each other's throats before the army began fighting. Powerful aura was sensed from far away. Saint Ji and Saint Shihua wore cold expressions. They knew the mighty ones from the Yu clan were 3 as well. With the mighty ones from the 6 holy lands about to raise the Holy Ji Palace, the Yu clan at the rear would have been able to mess up the army's formations once the fighting commenced. Saintly might flooded the place at the moment. 2 figures were seen descending at the Holy Ji Palace's direction. It was Saint Xia and Saint Li, leading mighty ones from both the Xia clan and the 9-state college. We're here to watch, Saint Xia said. Their silhouette came before the Holy Sage Pavilion and said, this is where the Holy Ji Palace's nobles are. Please don't attack in this direction. Saint Li, how about a game of chess? Saint Xia said to Saint Li, sure. Saint Li nodded and they both set up the game high above the Holy Sage Pavilion. Students of the Xia clan and the 9-state college were behind them. Lin Shubai and Tong He, extremely renowned students of the 9-state college, were there as well. Their eyes were on the battlefield. When the battle was over, the sage and saint rankings would have been rearranged. They were not alone. Many throughout the 9 states were standing by to watch the battle from far away, not daring to get too close. A figure dressed in white descended quietly at the Holy Ji Palace's direction from the sky. Many eyes looked at the figure, and even Futian was rather startled to see him. The sword demon Sage Daozong Yuqi, Zhuge Qingfeng and many others looked at him. They were all very familiar to Bai Luli. Bai Luli simply watched the armies about while saying nothing. Welcome back to the Holy Ji Palace. Futian looked at him and said. Since Bai Luli was willing to fight for the Holy Ji Palace, Futian had no intentions of being petty with him over what happened in the past. Chapter 973. Saint Ji Saint Shihua, the sacred king all took the respective corners, at the front of the three armies they led. Saint Ji Saint Shihua, the sacred king all took the respective corners, at the front of the three armies they led. They knew that the mighty ones of the Yu clan were at their rear, but they did not care. They took the same attitude with those from the Vajra region. As for Bai Luli, few even paid any heed to him. The power of one individual was utterly insignificant in a sacred war at such a scale. Only the likes of Yi Futian would have been able to somehow affect the battles. However, if the power difference was too great, he still would not have been able to change anything. The battle that time was to be the true sacred war. Furthermore, one that had 10 holy lands involved just from the surface alone. The scale was simply terrifying. In such sacred wars, the power of one was insignificant unless said one was a saint. Get into formation, Saint Ji said. The armies of the Shihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had all gotten into formation, and there were a lot of battle matrices used. The Hall of Holy Light and the Shihua Sacred Mountain were not the only forces available within their state after all. There were also other top forces within their territory. The allied forces of the three holy lands of the Ocean State had gotten into formation after all. At that very instant, the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State felt as if they were going to be drowned. The stifling pressure made the place difficult to draw breath. The battle matrices of the 6 major holy lands moved in the Holy Ji Palace's direction. While they had blind confidence of being able to come out on top in that battle, they dared not underestimate their opponents nonetheless. All holy lands were on their guard, as it was a battle with one's life on the line. Any mistake could have easily cost them huge casualties. They intended to win with little to no casualties after all. What they set out to do was to wipe out the Holy Ji Palace with the least cost incurred. Activate the matrix, Yang Xiao said loudly. Mighty ones activated the matrices in all different directions as soon as he gave the order. Brilliant light burst from the ground of the Holy Ji Palace in an instant. Boundless patterns appeared, devouring the spiritual qi around in a frenzy and converting them into power of rules, merging with the matrix diagram. The mighty ones from the Holy Ji Palace took the upcoming fight with utmost seriousness. The stifling pressure grew increasingly strong. The ones from the 6 major holy lands came above the Holy Ji Palace. One battle matrix after another lit up. Boundless light glimmered before the mighty ones of the Hall of Holy Light at their direction. A very tall celestial god appeared in the sky, shining with boundless light. Its light rained downward and turned incredibly sharp, as if it was raining swords of light onto the Holy Ji Palace. Activate the Black Turtle Matrix, Yang Xiao said loudly, and beams of light shot up. A huge gigantic beast seemed to have sprung up from the earth. Loud rumbles were heard and the entire Holy Ji Palace shook. A boundlessly huge black turtle appeared above the Holy Ji Palace, enveloping everyone within the battle matrix. The mighty ones far away shuddered at the scene. It was worth noting that the Holy Ji Palace was of the size of a small city. One was only able to imagine how large the turtle would have been to envelop the entire Holy Ji Palace. The scene before them was earth-shattering. The Holy Ji Palace had given its all to manifest such a super matrix. The light raining down on the black turtle naturally was unable to do anything. However, the celestial godlike god of light continued to grow in size. An unerringly holy sword of light appeared in its hand, showering the ground below with shimmering light. The sword was one that would have cleaved the heavens. A mountain god appeared at the Shihua Sacred Mountain's corner. Its body was immensely huge as well and filled to the brim with power. The Golden Phoenix Battle Matrix was activated at the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's side. A golden phoenix out to block the sky out appeared in the air. The flame seemed to have burned the sky as its huge wings flapped. Waves of heat washed all over the place. Even those watching from afar found it unbearable if they were of weaker training. The 3 holy lands of the Endless Ocean brought their powers to bear as well. They either summoned huge beasts or activated super battle matrices, bursting with unparalleled might. The mighty ones of the Yu clan appeared and looked at the battlefield before them, yet they did not make any move. The Moon Saint was the one taking the lead. If the Holy Ji Palace was unable to even withstand the first wave of attack, it would have meant that they were simply too weak. If the ones from the Holy Ji Palace were to be so easily eliminated, it would have been pointless for the Yu clan to join the battle, as they would have simply walked to their deaths. They needed to see that the Holy Ji Palace being able to survive through the attacks and get into very heated stage of the fights, before they saw it to be time to attack. They were to then went all the way to the core of the enemy's camp and finish the enemy off in one go. In that direction, there were still others who watched the battle between the Yu clan and the Holy Ji Palace. The number of such people were few, so much so that their numbers could have considered pathetic in comparison to the armies in the field. They were none other than the mighty ones from Jisheng Cliffs. The figure taking the lead was none other than Saint Ji, and Kong Yao was standing by his side. However, there was still a group of people behind Saint Ji who did not emanate any aura, yet possessed exceptional bearing. All of them wore cold, haughty looks on their faces as they watched the battlefield without being fettered by anything. Murderous intent was seen in Saint Ji's eyes. Yi Futian would have definitely perished on that day. The celestial godlike figure brought the sword of light in its hand down on the battlefield, dropping from high above all the way down to the black turtle matrix. An earth-shattering noise was heard as the matrix cracked like a spider web. At the very next moment, the huge mountain god made its move and the entire Holy Ji Palace shook. Saint Xia and Saint Li, who were playing chess at the moment, had to emanate faint auras to stabilize the game. Both men continued to place their pieces as if the battlefield did not exist. Boom boom boom. The continuous rumble rattled their surroundings, and every rumble shook the hearts of all present. Get the kuei up. Yang Xiao shouted his order. Another layer of matrix seemed to have been activated within the black turtle matrix. A kuei after another appeared and devastating storms built up within the matrix. The kueis brought thunderous rumbles ringing about within the Holy Ji Palace, bringing the devastating lightning storm to its critical point, as if the apocalypse was near. Boom! A rumble was heard and the black turtle broke. At the very next moment, the kueis roared at the heavens and the previously suppressed devastating lightning storm was thicker than an ancient tree shooting skywards. In that one instant, that space seemed to be on the verge of total collapse. Terrifying rumbles continued to be heard. The god of light and the mountain god were both torn to shreds right there and then. The golden phoenix was destroyed as well. However, the terrifying light of the lightning seemed to be out to destroy everything like a calamity of the great path, heading straight for the battle matrices of the 6 holy lands, forcing the mighty ones to get into formation and activating defenses. Carry on, Saint Ji said coldly. Since the Holy Ji Palace had matrices laid in place, then all they had to do was simply to bring their armies to bear, destroying the matrices. The mighty ones continued descending as they focused their attacks, launching devastating might in the Holy Ji Palace's direction. Terrifying light of devastation appeared above the Holy Ji Palace in an instant. The matrix of the kuei was still at work when the weather changed. Everyone in the Holy Ji Palace shivered before a sheet of frost appeared in the air. Their surroundings turned pale white and extremely cold, as if everything was soon to be frozen. Many felt as if the blood in their veins were about to stop flowing in the cold. Their bodies were hardly able to move. What was worse was that even during the cold, lightning and firestorms came nonetheless. Press on, Saint Shihua said, ordering his men. While there had been many who were injured from attacks, but neither Saint Ji nor Saint Shihua seemed to hesitate. They ordered their men to simply press on with attacks. If they were to be held back by the matrices, they would have only suffered greater losses. They did not expect the chess saint's eldest student to survive in the nether sword mound all those years ago and came back to bite them. Those matrices were definitely his work, which had enough weight to steer the direction of the war. But then again, it would have only been so when both sides were of comparable powers. The stifling pressure in the Holy Ji Palace grew increasingly powerful. Their eyes turned towards one direction and Yi Futian was seen standing quietly, totally unfettered as he simply looked up at the battlefield in the air. He came to resemble a statue. Seeing mighty ones coming at them, Yi Futian stepped up and expanded his spiritual powers. A huge matrix diagram lit up within that spot of the Holy Ji Palace, getting increasingly bright. Heaven-splitting sword will emerge from beneath the diagram in an instant. One sword aura after another shot through the ground and headed for the clouds. The entire Holy Ji Palace was completely lit up at that moment. The swords rang and one sword after another shot through the diagram from underneath the Holy Ji Palace, before hovering above the diagram. Retreat! Retreat! Saint Ji and Saint Shihua and many other mighty ones said at the same time. They all knew about the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State borrowing swords, and they speculated it was for laying out sword matrices. What they had no idea about was how powerful the matrix would have been. However, at that very moment, they felt a sword aura that was so intense that it could have killed everything in its path. At the very least, for anyone below St. Plain, they would have definitely died if they were to be caught at the center of that storm. The mighty ones retreated to the sky. However, at that very instant, countless swords of the Holy Ji Palace circled around the diagram, turning into terrifying vortex of the sword. The immense sword aura shot to the sky. If one were to view from afar, it would have looked as if countless swords were fighting upwards against the current, with full intentions of tearing the sky to shreds. At the same time, boundless sword will gathered at the same place. A giant sword capable of cleaving everything in its path appeared there. Go! A cold word was uttered by Yi Futian. The sword flew straight to meet its target as soon as he finished. Blood splattered wherever the sword flew as no one had been able to fight it. Everyone retreated in a frenzy. The surroundings of the giant sword was filled with untold numbers of swords borrowed from all over the barren state. Every single blade was filled with the power of the sword matrix, making them invincible. A rain of blood began to fall above the Holy Ji Palace at that moment. Many were pierced and eerie shrieks were heard everywhere. Regardless of plane, even if one were to be at the pinnacle of St. Plain, there was only one slash from the swords required if one were to find themselves at the center of the storm. Yi Futian slowly took to the air. The halberd of space and time appeared in his hand, emitting terrifying killing light. Kill, Yi Futian said as he turned into a beam of light, heading straight for the heavens. He was seemingly honoring his promise in a literal manner, always at the forefront at any given moment. Kill. Thunderous noises were heard as the mighty ones of the Holy Ji Palace took the sky. Their enemies' formations were in shambles, and it was a chance as good as any other to launch attacks. The sacred war involving 10 holy lands had finally, and thoroughly, commenced at full force. Chapter 974. Yi Futian rode hard with the halberd of time and space in his hands, emitting glorious radiance, smacking the powerful cultivators whose formation had been disrupted in the void. Yi Futian rode hard with the halberd of time and space in his hands, emitting glorious radiance, smacking the powerful cultivators whose formation had been disrupted in the void. However, at the same moment Yi Futian took action, shadows levitated alongside him, following closely behind, vaguely suggesting a winged formation with Yi Futian out in front and people on both sides of him guarding his flanks. The two closest to him were Hua Jieyu on the left and Yu Sheng on the right. Behind them were Huang Jioga on the left and Sword Saint on the right. Further back there were 2 battle matrices, Qin Zhuang and the 9 swordsmen who were experts in offense, and the Lord of the Ice Temple who was excellent at control, were manning the sorcerer's battle matrix and were responsible for attacks and guarding Yi Futian. No matter how great Yi Futian's personal strength was, this was a battle between great armies. In any case, nothing could happen to Yi Futian. If any mishap should happen to Yi Futian, the morale of the army of the Holy Ji Palace would disintegrate immediately, and what awaited them would be an apocalypse. At this time, an illusion of a saint faintly appeared behind Hua Jieyu. Gold-beating whip in hand, her alluring beauty appeared in the battlefield like a unique landscape. But at this time her body exuded an extremely dangerous atmosphere, so that wherever she passed everyone felt that their spiritual will was extremely threatened. Behind Hua Jieyu a brilliant glory was upon the body of Huang Jioga, and behind him the life spirit of Run Huang bloomed so that his element increased tremendously. With the Run Huang bow in hand, wherever the arrow pointed to those in the void felt that they had been locked onto. As for the other side, a great demonic power was permeating into the bodies of Yu Sheng and Sword Saint, sweeping through the sky and the void. The group moved swiftly and drove into the army of the opponent in an instant. Numerous cultivators formed a frightening mass, enough to cause fear in many of the beholders. However, under the observation of countless people, Yi Futian rushed toward it without hesitation. The glory of the halberd of time and space shrouded the vast void, and the halberd in Yi Futian's hands pierced toward the sky. At this moment, the time and space of heaven and earth seemed to be imprisoned, and the expressions of many changed slightly. Soon after, the void ruptured and the halberd pierced through the space, and wherever passed the bodies of cultivators were pulverized and exploded, opening a passage of blood by the halberd of time and space. Move forward with the formation. They must be killed at all costs. Saint Ji stood above the sky, his eyes surveying the battlefield where Yi Futian was located. Even if he had to sacrifice large number of people today, he would bury Yi Futian here. People rushed in to attack from all directions at the same time, and Hua Jieyu followed Yi Futian closely, moving forward step by step, her spirit crown beaming with radiant light just like a goddess. An invisible telekinesis power shrouded the spiritual will of many cultivators. Thunder's mind. Heavenly punishment, Hua Jieyu said, and suddenly many felt their spiritual will attacked by a thunder telekinetic power, causing their will to collapse, their bodies to tremble, and their minds stopped working. Buzz. Arrows penetrated the void and directly pierced through the heads of those cultivators. With Huang Zhouge's Run Huang Bao supported by Hua Jieyu's telekinesis attack, its power was extremely forceful. From the side, there were cultivators who came to attack Hua Jieyu and Huang Zhouge. These two were also extremely important targets. Hua Jieyu was the wife of Yi Futian, and the Huang Zhouge was the reason for this sacred war, who received the inheritance of Run Huang. As soon as this group was terminated, all this would end. Seeing that many had come in attack mode, the sword diagram appeared between heaven and earth, slaughtering all things. Qin Zhuang and the 9 swordsmen marched forward in the matrix and brought with them the invincible authority of the sacred sword. Great Zhou's sacred king looked bad when he saw this. The sacred sword that was used within Qin Zhuang's matrix was the golden phoenix sword from the Great Zhou sacred dynasty. When Zhou Huang was killed, the sword was taken by Yi Futian. On the right side were the battle axe of judgment, wielded by Yu Shang, and the demonic bladed used by Sword Saint. Wherever these weapons passed through, the heaven and earth seemed to have been split open, not to mention with the help of sorcerers such as Yun Shang. Anyone who got too close was sealed in ice, affecting their speed. Cultivators who were lowly had their blood solidified, directly turned into ice sculptures. Individual power was insignificant and completely overwhelmed. Great Zhou Sacred King saw this, and the Golden Phoenix battle matrix turned into an immense shadow of the Golden Phoenix attacking Yi Futian, intending on intercepting Yi Futian and the others. But a wild and brutal atmosphere came about, and Zhou Mian, who led the Golden Phoenix battle matrix, saw an immensely large golden ape holding the infinite ruler come towards the void from underneath. Yuan Hong led 1,000 or so martial cultivators from the palace, using the 36 heavenly battle matrices as basis battles, forming a greater battle matrix manned by him, and the infinite ruler swept toward the Golden Phoenix battle matrix. This divine implement was also plundered from the infinite palace in the Great Zhou sacred dynasty. The Golden Phoenix wings, like the wings from the sky, smashed down with force. Zhou Mian manned the Golden Phoenix battle matrix and collided directly against the heavenly battle matrix. In the void, infinite ruler and the Golden Phoenix wings collided, and a devastating storm swept across heaven and earth. The void seemed on the verge of being torn apart, and dull sounds were heard. The body of the golden ape was repelled. He leveraged the heavenly battle matrix, and its strength was terrible. However, the Golden Phoenix army was the most elite army of the Great Zhou sacred dynasty, its royal army. At this time, the cultivators of the Golden Phoenix army were released the natal spirit of the Golden Phoenix at the same time. The scene played out dazzlingly, and it was once again manned by Zhou Mian. One could only imagine how powerful it was. Booming sounds rumbled like suppressed thunder, the humongous body of the golden ape trembling as it was backing up, and the infinite ruler in its hand waved again, gathering the power of heaven and earth as endless shadows of rulers permeated the firmament, sheltering the sky and sun. A bright war god started to take shape at the battle matrix where he was, and the light that shone from it had hidden within it a terrible killing power. "I will now bless you into the other world," Monk Tianxin said. And as soon as his voice fell, the glory of the Buddha was even more blazingly bright. Jia said nothing further. The bright war god figure released endless blinding light, and each ray was like an indestructible sharp sword. Even though it was not as powerful as before the matrix was breached, the battle matrix formed by Jiya's gathering of the finest of Hall of Holy Light was equally terrible in strength. Ding! A crisp sound was heard. That Buddha, like the ancient Vajra Buddha, turned into a genuine invincible golden body, hands clasped together at the chest, with its head slightly bowed down, eyebrow chakra touching the palm like a special seal of the Buddha, so that when the endless killing light came to assassinate it was impossible to break the Buddha's indestructible body. The reputation of Vajra region was not gained in vain. At the moment that golden body was the epitome of the Vajra region. 108 battle monks moved in unison as if one, their lips trembling rapidly, and from the corners of their lips there was a constant stream of the sound of Buddha that turned into Sanskrit and flew out, surrounding the Vajra region so that the light of Buddha was ever more blazing, and the body of the Buddha also became more massive. Overhead it seemed that a sun had appeared, shining upon the world. The Mahavairakana reincarnate. Monk Tianxin slowly retracted his right hand and then extended it forward, his movement extremely slow. Above the void, that boundless giant Buddha moved exactly the same as he. The palm slowly pressed downward from the sky, and there was a world between the heavens and the earth. There was no huge palm print, and between the heaven and earth there appeared an immense palm print, the palm of Mahavairakana, extremely young and masculine, that could slaughter all evils in the world. Chapter 975. Upon the palm of Mahavairakana, great rays of sun bloomed and even overshadowed the light shooting out from the body of the bright god of war. The air seemed to be sucked of its moisture, and the palm that was full of yang and masculine energy slammed down to crush heaven and earth. Upon the palm of Mahavairakana, great rays of sun bloomed and even overshadowed the light shooting out from the body of the bright god of war. The air seemed to be sucked of its moisture, and the palm that was full of yang and masculine energy slammed down to crush heaven and earth. Jia was looking solemn. It was rumored that the battle monks of the Vajra region were experts of warfare. Now the 108 battle monks had turned into a matrix, everyone's movements resonating with each other's exactly the same. Obviously, this was the result of long and arduous practice, so skilled that no common battle matrices could be compared. His hand-pinching sword techniques made the light even more brazen. The bright sacred sword slashed out as if to break open the void, like a beam of light that was shot through the sky. An incredibly heavy power descended, and the bright sacred sword and the palm of Mahavairakana collided, creating terrifying light. Above the palm of Mahavairakana there was endless golden glory that continued to press down. The bright sacred sword rubbed against the palm print and cracks appeared but did not pulverize it, and instead it flew backward. Fall. Monk Tianxin spat it out, the palm slammed down, and suddenly the Buddha on top acted in sync. The palm of Mahavairakana, with such a force and sudden increased speed, plowed through everything as if they were just bamboo, and instantly fell on the body of the bright god of war. Great roaring sounds came out, and the body of the bright battle matrix exploded. The cultivators who manned the matrix were all shaken off, and many spat out blood. Jia, who was in the lead, also quickly flew in retreat, the eyes that focused on the battle monks of the Vajra region full of cold intent of murder. Resentment and sorrow are both bitter. Allow me to bless you into the great beyond, which would be a great contribution to the world. Monk Tianxin sounded solemn and the light of Buddha was burning ever more brightly, but Jiya's face was now more hateful. He ranked second on the sage ranking. That was ahead of Monk Tianxin. If it were one-to-one combat, he felt he would not be weaker than the other, but the Buddha's battle matrix was way too powerful. It was difficult for him to overcome it. Bald donkey, you are full of nonsense. The Buddha has already known of your blasphemy. Now go to hell. Jiya responded coldly. He extended his hand, and suddenly a sword appeared in his hand. The sword was rather curious, with sharp teeth on its body, frightening to behold. Even more terrifying was that when the sword came out, The power in Jiya's body was swallowed madly by it. Saint Ji was determined to want Yi Futian dead. Further away upon the holy sage pavilion, Saint Li, who was playing chess, whispered. Yes. He had handed over the sword of judgment to Jiya. Saint Xia nodded. With the talent that Yi Futian had demonstrated in the imperial mausoleum, if he was not dead, the one who would die might be Saint Ji. Yi Futian's talent was no longer just simply limited to prove the divine path. Saint Ji, ranked 5th among the saints on the sage and saint ranking, had a divine implement, though not of the top 3 in the 9 states. That was also a most tyrannical sort of judgment which ranked 8th on the 9 states' divine implement rankings. The strength of Jiya was impossible to control, and the tenacity of the sword of judgment was that it could swallow the rules of heaven and earth of its own accord, and could cause great repercussions against Jiya. His power alone was far from enough. Since he had taken Zhou Zi as wife, it was natural that he had his purpose, and that was to leverage the great Zhou sacred dynasty to serve him. This is indeed the best of times. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng aside, look at the disciple of the palace. Gu Donglu was also someone who had conquered the Jiutian temple. Saint Xia continued with the game. At this time in the battlefield, the cultivators from the Zhuge family, Gu Donglu, and Zhuge Mingyue were all fighting together and had now advanced into the crowd. Gu Donglu, who had already entered the sage plane with a borrowed divine implement, had strength that was actually not much less than that of Zhuge Qingfeng. Where are these people from? Saint Li asked. A cottage in the East Baron territory, and the cultivator next to Yi Futian holding the demonic blade is also from there. The fat guy in the crowd who summoned the tree of emperor using the matrix, and the cultivator who used the books as his life spirit, they were all from there. Saint Xia apparently had investigated Yi Futian's past. Among the crowds, Yi Shaoshi had already taken charge of a battle matrix. Even though his own cultivation was not enough, this sorcerer's battle matrix was led by him and had lent its spiritual power to him, and the godly creation of all things had called out an incomparable giant spirit of the emperor tree, possessing extremely strong ability of control. Shui Yi and Luofan were at the same place as Yu Qi, and the cultivators of the alchemy city. Around Shui Yi, endless pages of books fluttered and turned into sorcery attacks. In the other direction, although the cultivators of the Sword Palace did not have Sword Demon with them, Yi Wuchen, Su Kei, and the others were able to stand on their own. Along with several top swordsmen assisting, they had also formed a 9-man sword matrix led by Yi Wuchen. The sword that contained the sword will of Renhuang would taste blood each time it lashed out. Although it was not on par with Qin Zhuang's, it was still very strong. Outside the battlefield, a pure and innocent figure stepped forward, and there was not a touch of dust upon this person, just like a fairy out of this world. Every step that was taken, there were pure and innocent lotuses appearing. There were indeed lotuses at every step. Chapter 976. A strange look came over the faces of Saint Xia and Saint Li who were playing chess in Holy Sage Pavilion. They turned and looked at the woman who was coming towards them from the sky. A strange look came over the faces of Saint Xia and Saint Li who were playing chess in Holy Sage Pavilion. They turned and looked at the woman who was coming towards them from the sky. What a beautiful woman, said Saint Xia. That seems to be a Buddhist technique. Although she's dressed in plain clothes, it can't hide her splendor. The barren state is truly amazing. Is she coming to help out? Asked Saint Li. The disciples of the Holy Ji Palace had incredible potential in today's battle, but were still at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers. If it had only been the Hall of Holy Light, Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, they could have probably handled it, since the Yu clan cultivators were there as well. But there were also the 3 great holy lands of the Endless Sea to contend with. Such an impressive lineup was enough to consume the palace. The woman who was coming was Hua Qingqing, one of the 3 beauties of the Eastern Barren territory. Her life had been quite tragic. She had become a nun and studied Buddhism under monk Qingdang. At the Battle of the Palace all those years ago she had turned into a lotus lantern and had enhanced Yi Futian's spiritual willpower, and then left the world of mortals. This time monk Qingdang did not come with her. She came alone and barefoot, and her white feet were like jade. Everywhere she stepped lotuses bloomed. She was so beautiful it was suffocating. Even in the midst of battle her beauty would drive those who beheld her to distraction. Her eyes were clear and pure, and her body shone with radiance and brilliance, illuminating everything. She was surrounded by lotuses in full bloom, and a divine light. She seemed to be burning in Buddha's light, turning her into a lotus lantern. Her beautiful figure acted as the lantern's wick, and her endless Buddha light radiated towards the battlefield. Soon, a line of figures were illuminated by the light. The lotus lantern grew brighter and brighter as it gradually lit up some of the cultivators from the palace. The line seemed to enter their heads, just like the light of Buddha was truly shining into the world. When the sacred war had broken out, everyone had an emblem that represented their holy land on their clothes. Otherwise, once this huge battle had become chaotic, it would have been difficult to tell friend from foe. Thus, it was very easy for Hua Qingqing to find the cultivators from the palace. Soon, everyone from the palace felt that their spiritual will had been enhanced, and now resonated with the entire world. Not only that, they could sense where all the disciples of the Holy Ji Palace were, and what was happening to them. Is that the Buddhist lotus lantern? A strange look came over Saint Xia's face. This kind of power was simply extraordinary. It connected all the disciples of the palace together, and let them see the overall situation of the battle clearly. They could reinforce each other and avoid danger whenever they wanted, and their personal power had been increased. Although it was subtle, everyone on the battlefield's power had been increased a little bit, and the effect was devastating. A lamp in front of the Buddha illuminates the road of all beings, whispered Saintly. He was also quite astonished. Who was this incredible woman? Yi Futian naturally felt Hua Qingqing's arrival, along with her terrible power. The entire battlefield was clearly presented in his mind, as if they all had the perspective granted by Buddha's lamp. He thrust the halberd of space and time forward and pierced through several cultivators. He turned and looked at Hua Qingqing, and there was a warm feeling in his heart. Last time she had also appeared at a time of great danger to help them. He was like a god of slaughter. Ao Feng of Ocean King Palace was a cultivator of the sage ranking, and was number 17 on that list, which could be said to be very high. He was incredibly powerful. He fixed his gaze on Yi Futian and said, "Given Yi Futian's strength and the strength of those around him, the three great holy lands of the endless sea will send countless cultivators to their deaths trying to wrest the halberd of time and space from him. Do you have any ideas?" asked a sage from the North Deep. There. Ao Feng pointed to where two cultivators were fighting, a man and a woman. The man was wearing black and giving off a poisonous aura. Every punch that he threw carried poison sorcery with it which could kill even a sage in an instant. His manner was so cold that it made people tremble to behold. But the woman beside him was completely opposite. She was like a fairy. Countless colorful butterflies flew around her. But they were killing butterflies with wings sharper than knives, and they were highly poisonous. As a disciple of Saint Jiang, Little Butterfly had of course not only studied the healing arts. She was also good at killing people, otherwise she would be in big trouble whenever she ran into enemies. Saint Jiang's disciples Su Che-han and Goddess Dai. If we take them we can force Yi Futian to hand over the halberd of time and space. If he is really as magnanimous as the rumors say, that he could even give Run Huang's inheritance to his sworn brother, then he will definitely give up the halberd. Ao Feng looked down at them coldly. And if he doesn't, Su Che-han and Goddess Dai will hate him for it, and may even turn against him. Either way it will be to our advantage. Excellent. The cultivator from the North Deep swept his gaze over Little Butterfly and licked his lips. Such a beautiful woman. We should take her away for some extra cultivation. You'd best put that idea out of your mind. And we can only capture them, not kill them. Otherwise you will die without even knowing how, warned Ao Feng. I understand, said the cultivator from the North Deep. Saint Jiang only had 2 disciples, and he ranked 12th on the saint's ranking. The 3 holy lands of the endless sea could not afford to provoke him. If he bore a grudge against them, it would be a disaster. "Let's go," said Aofeng, and suddenly he swooped down, along with many other figures, towards where Little Butterfly was fighting. All of the ones who swooped down were extremely powerful. Su Chehan had been by Little Butterfly's side, protecting her all along. This scene was a little embarrassing for them. They had originally been following Yi Futian, but as the battle had grown fiercer, they had become separated. "Such a beautiful woman should be taken away for some extra cultivation," came a cold voice. A hand reached out for Little Butterfly. A terrible force swept out, swallowing up all the flying butterflies. A figure appeared before Little Butterfly. It was Su Chehan. He went up with that devouring force, letting his opponent's vortex pull him in. A poisonous fog poured out from him and was swallowed up by the vortex and his opponent. The cultivator from the North Deep's face changed, turning ashen. "Be careful, great teacher Su is an expert in poisons," Aofeng reminded him. The cultivator from the North Deep suddenly stopped the storm coming from him, and he shot forward like a bolt of lightning, slamming out with his fist. There was no way a cultivator from the North Deep could be weak. There was an arcane secret hidden in his fist. Su Chehan rushed towards his opponent and collided with him without hesitation. Now that he had cultivated to the top of the sage level, he saw himself as worthy to enter the saint ranking. He had cultivated with his master in the medicine garden of 9 States College. Most people only knew him as Saint Zhang's disciple, and did not know how strong he was. Boom! Their fists collided, and suddenly a mysterious darkness rushed over Su Chehan's arm. Seemed to freeze. A poison flame that contained extremely cold qi had been thrust into his arm. "You've lost." The cultivator from the North Deep stared at Su Chehan coldly. The mark that his opponent had left on him was quite soft, as if he did not pose a threat to him at all. Was this truly Su Chehan, who was so skilled with poisons and was Saint Zhang's disciple? He had overreached himself. The poison flame raged with the cold qi within Su Chehan. He looked at his opponent indifferently, not even breathing. He waved his hand and let the 2 forces erode his body until they finally extinguished each other. How can this be? The cultivator from the North Deep's facial expression changed, and then went pale. The breath within him quickly withered away until he soon became a skeleton lying on the ground. Su Chehan still had no expression as he swept a glance across his opponents. Little Butterfly was calm and undisturbed, as if this was something she took for granted. Only she knew how strong her sworn brother was, and how much he had experienced these past few years. Chapter 977. Aofeng saw the fall of the cultivator from the North Deep, then looked at Su Chehan. Aofeng saw the fall of the cultivator from the North Deep, then looked at Su Chehan. The 9 states had been peaceful for many years. He had thought that would change during the Battle of Proving Holiness, but happened even earlier. People who were younger than him were already on the road to greatness. Su Chehan had a special status at 9 States College. His reputation was not as good as that of Tong He or Lin Shubai. Now that he had entered the upper levels of the Sage Plane, he would use this battle to amaze the world. Besides him, many others were displaying their incredible combat ability. But the cultivator from the North Deep whom Su Chehan had killed was not ordinary. The North Deep would not just let him get away with it. The wind howled as a line of cultivators from the North Deep rose into the sky and looked down at the skeleton below them. Saint North Deep's face fell, and a terrible killing intent burst out from him. The one whom Su Chehan had killed was his son, the one whom he hoped would inherit his mantle and alms bowl in the future. But he had been poisoned to death by Su Chehan. The divine implement armor that he wore had not helped at all. More and more cultivators gathered together until they covered the sky, trapping Su Chehan and Little Butterfly. The cultivators from the North Deep all had wings, and an evil airflow came from them. It looked like the apocalypse. Little Butterfly's face changed a little bit. How could this be? They were not important figures. Why had this army surrounded them? Was it because of the one that had been killed? She and her sworn brother Su Han had been cultivating in the medicine garden with Saint Zhang all along, so they did not really understand what was going on in the outside world. They did not recognize the cultivator from the North Deep. People from the palace rushed over to help, but Ao Feng waved his hand and suddenly a bunch of cultivators from Ocean King Palace intercepted them, not letting them get closer. He would not act against Saint Zhang's disciples, but if the people from the North Deep wanted to, that had nothing to do with him. The three great holy lands of the Endless Sea had formed an alliance, but all of them had their own intentions. What Ao Feng was doing could be said to be very sinister. He is skilled with poisons. Don't engage in close combat, use spells to attack him, said a cultivator from the North Deep. Terrible black lightning shot out from him. The space around him was covered in dark clouds, as if it was about to be destroyed. He was not the only one among them who was extremely powerful. Many of the other cultivators from the North Deep released spells into the sky with destructive power that would completely envelop Su Han and Little Butterfly. Little Butterfly went pale, but she saw Su Han standing before her, his black robe fluttering wildly, and with a cold, killing look in his dark eyes. He did not know why his master had asked him and Little Butterfly to help Futian, but he had given an order, and so he would obey. Su Han had been born into a noble family, and had been quite talented from a young age. His father was the head of the family, and had a very high reputation. His mother was a proud daughter of heaven, beautiful and graceful. When he was born he was destined to have a glorious future, until one day his father was poisoned by his brother, and his mother had killed herself out of shame. His father had used his dying breaths to carry him out to a deserted mountain. He still remembered his father kowtowing in front of a thatched hut on the mountain until the poison killed him. Afterwards, he had seen his master for the first time. Later he found out that his master was a famous saint of medicine, and a master of poisons. Some of the people in the air's bodies were eroded by poison fog, and their skin and muscles were eaten away. This poison sorcery could not be removed. It infiltrated into your internal organs, corroding everything inside. Those who had not cultivated up to the top of the sage level would soon be killed. Be careful. Everyone put up a light curtain around themselves, and even more violent attacks descended. Su Han spat up a mouthful of blood. He looked down and saw that Little Butterfly had been sent flying. Even with a divine implement to protect her, she was still bleeding from the mouth and had gone pale. Su Han flashed down to protect her. Powerful attacks descended once again, and his body continued to shake as blood poured from his mouth. Don't worry about me, brother. Attack them, said Little Butterfly. She knew that he had the power to kill them all. She knew that there was one other person in the world besides Futian. He had withstood her master's medicine trial, her sworn brother. But the medicine that he had taken was different than Futian's. Futian's was the medicine necessary to forge a perfect body. But her sworn brother's was the medicine that would forge a poisonous body. They all must die, whispered Su Han. A cold light shone from his handsome face, but it became exceptionally warm when he looked at Little Butterfly. Use what our master taught you to defend yourself. Don't let my poison hurt you. Brother, no. She shook her head. She seemed to sense what he was about to do. Tears filled her pure eyes. The master said you would die. My life isn't worth your tears. Su Han reached out as if to touch Little Butterfly's face, but he hesitated and then took it back. He stood up and turned to look into the sky. He thought, am I going to die? Will that disturb the master even a little bit? Probably not. As long as Little Butterfly lived, what did it matter if he died? Su Han continued upward, as if he were purposely trying to go far away from Little Butterfly. He was worried that he might poison her. Rule power continued to rumble, and blood continued to flow, but Su Han seemed not to care. He had endured thousands of poison baths, and life and death no longer mattered to him. What did this little bit of pain matter? He gazed indifferently at those in the sky. It was like he was looking at dead men. Break the seal. He closed his eyes and the blood roiled in his veins. A terrible black mist spread out from him and reached up into the sky like dark tentacles. His blood seemed to be integrated into it. Poison chi exploded from his body as if a seal had been broken. At this moment he seemed to be a container from which years of accumulated poison was being released. Behind him appeared a dark figure like a god of poison that ignored everything. The world went dark as the poison mist filled the sky. Even rule spell defenses were gradually eroded. Their spiritual willpower went numb, and their thoughts stopped. Once a little bit of the poison gas got into their body, they began to turn black as their internal organs were eaten away little by little. Their bodies began to fall from the sky. There were no more violent attacks, just bodies falling. Su Shihan's face had also gone dark. There was no emotion in his eyes, but as he stood there no one could get close to Little Butterfly. Brother, tears streamed from Little Butterfly's eyes. Su Chehan smiled when he heard her voice, and a tear rolled down from the corner of his eye. His whole body was poisonous. He could not be by her side. From the distance, Futian shot over towards them. He had obviously seen the situation here. Saint Jiang had asked them to come and help him. He could not just watch them die. This part of the battlefield had attracted much attention, including that of Saint Xia and Saint Li. Saint Jiang is quite severe. Saint Li shook his head. What is going on? How could he let both of his disciples fall into this situation? Asked Saint Xia. Saint Jiang had always cultivated at 9 States College. Saint Li was the one who knew him best. I'm afraid that Su Chehan has always thought that Saint Jiang looked at Little Butterfly as his own daughter because she reminded him of his wife. But he does not realize who he himself reminds him of, nor what position he occupies in his heart, said Saint Li. A strange look came over Saint Xia's face as he guessed the answer. Saint Jiang, he said. Saint Li nodded. Yes. Is Su Chehan not just a younger version of Saint Jiang? His severity towards Su Chehan is really him being severe towards himself. What is Saint Jiang trying to do? Asked Saint Xia. Saint Li smiled bitterly and shook his head. If the palace manages to get through this catastrophe due to this battle, then all the time I spent trying to get Saint Jiang to come to 9 State College will all be for that kid's benefit. What a clever trick. Su Chehan did not see Saint Jiang's game. How could he? Chapter 978. The poison cloud spread over the battlefield with Su Chehan at its center. Killed everything it came across. Bodies were piled up on the ground. More than 100 cultivators had died at his hands. Among them were many sage-level cultivators. This type of large-scale poison sorcery attack was truly terrible. The poison cloud spread over the battlefield with Su Chehan at its center. Killed everything it came across. Bodies were piled up on the ground. More than 100 cultivators had died at his hands. Among them were many sage-level cultivators. This type of large-scale poison sorcery attack was truly terrible. Of course, not many of those who were skilled at poison sorcery were good at defense, but Su Chehan was. His body was incredibly strong, so much so that other people's rule spells could not kill him. Moreover, at this moment he could be said to be completely poisonous. No one dared get near him. That was why he could not grab Little Butterfly and break out of there. Otherwise, the poison bursting from him was enough to cut a bloody road through his enemies, and none of them could stop him. But he couldn't leave, he could only stay and protect Little Butterfly. His face grew darker and darker as his handsome features grew horrible. His arms were turning black as well. This terrible poison sorcery was turning against him. Brother! Tears streamed down Little Butterfly's face continuously as the little details of her and her sworn brother's life together flashed through her mind. She naturally understood his inner nature and knew that although others called him Great Teacher Su, he was still very hard on himself. Once the situation involved her, he would always do the most important thing and stand before her to protect her. Just like now, as he stood before her in the air. Poison filled the air, but in her eyes his figure was majestic, almost divine. He can't hold out for much longer, came a voice from the sky. He had killed so many cultivators from the North Deep that as far as they were concerned, they wanted to kill him despite the fact that he was Saint Jiang's disciple. Terrible rule spells continued to descend upon him. Su Chehan reached up and the poisonous mist reached out from him like a tentacle. It instantly turned into a terrible dark shadow that wrapped around his opponents. In a flash there were more blackened corpses. Su Chehan still stood there, weathering their attacks. Yi Futian was still rushing towards them, cutting a bloody road through his enemies. Yun Shang, Qin Zhuang, and the others had been intercepted by the cultivators from the Endless Sea, so Yi Futian was charging forward alone. He was coming extremely quickly, and his clothes were soaked in blood. Ao Feng watched him as he came. Yi Futian had been so strong at the Imperial Mausoleum. As one of the top 20 on the Sage ranking, Ao Feng wanted to try him and see what level Yi Futian had reached. A trident appeared in his hands that seemed to have waves rolling over it. He thrust it forward and the air rushed past it with a sound like the ocean. Divine power spread out from the trident. It was clearly a divine implement. He looked ahead and saw Yi Futian rushing towards him. He stepped forward and the air trembled. An invisible power rushed out like a slap in the face. It was like thousands of huge waves were rolling over Yi Futian, slowing him down. He looked at Ao Feng and realized that he was facing a truly fearsome opponent. However, at the moment that he slowed down, Yi Futian stepped forward and a terrible storm wrapped around him, tearing through the air. It rushed forward and tore through the ocean wind. He rushed forward and stabbed out with the halberd of time and space, making it collide with the silver trident. Time and space seemed to freeze as the halberd pressed forward with an indomitable will. Space and time were torn, and everything was about to be destroyed. But the silver trident had boundless power, and thousands of waves swept out. Its majestic power made Yi Futian tremble, as if his body were being beaten over and over again. Even the starry defense light curtain was broken. His rushed attack gave him a temporary advantage, but even so, Ao Feng felt a strong sense of danger. He was thrown backward at the instant of collision, and the space where he had stood was no exploding and tearing. Yi Futian rushed past him, not getting entangled with him. Ao Feng looked back at him angrily. At that moment he felt like he couldn't move. A deadly attack had descended and time and space froze. This was enough to make him feel desperate. He did not want to feel like that again. Several figures rushed by him. Yi Futian broke through rows of enemies and finally reached Su Chehan's side, entering into the poison mist. A line of dark mist wrapped around him and seemed to enter him. At this moment Yi Futian could feel his breathing stop. He looked back and said, "Don't come any closer." He then continued on towards Su Chehan. Su Chehan looked at Yi Futian with his dark eyes. His entire body had turned black, and it seemed that he could die at any moment. On seeing his condition, Yi Futian said, "You should cut off the poison and take a rest." Su Chehan shook his head and said, "I can't. Take care of little butterfly for me." On saying this, he fell out of the sky and the poison mist spread uncontrollably from him in all directions. But it was not as powerful as before. Yu Shang, Hua Jieyu, and the others who had dared to come this far were still following Yi Futian. "Brother!" Little Butterfly caught Su Chehan's body as tears fell. Su Chehan looked at her and smiled. It was a tragic scene. "Little Butterfly, when I'm not here anymore, the master will have to take care of you." "That won't happen." Little Butterfly shook her head. Su Chehan looked at her, and then looked up at Yi Futian who was protecting them up in the sky. He whispered, "If you really love him, Little Butterfly, then let him give you a good status." "You idiot," scolded Yi Futian. As he said this, he reached into the air and the attacking cultivators were imprisoned by stars. He thrust out his right hand and a beam of light pierced the sky, destroying the starry prisons and making it so that the ones rushing towards them did not dare come closer. "Protect them both," said Yi Futian to Yu Shang and the other three. They all nodded. They divided themselves up to protect Little Butterfly and Su Chehan. More cultivators were coming. In addition to the ones from the North Deep who had come to deal with Su Chehan, all the cultivators from the Endless Sea came. Yi Futian and Huang Zhouge were there, so that's where the halberd of time and space and Ren Huang's inheritance were. Yi Futian's face grew ugly as he looked at them gathering together densely. He was strong, but if they restricted his movements he would be in trouble. It was just like it had been for Su Chehan. No matter how strong you were, you could not endure limitless attacks by yourself. Violent attacks rained down, and Yi Futian stepped forward, guarding the air where he was. He truly became a choke point for the enemies. When he heard Yi Futian's words, Su Chehan looked angrily at him. But when he saw what was happening, the anger in his eyes disappeared. As he watched him standing resolutely there in the air, he felt a warmth that he had not felt in a long time. Maybe that guy's poison came only from his mouth. "Brother, you can't be hurt." Little Butterfly looked at him and shook her head. "Little Butterfly, the poison pellet contained the poison that I had cultivated over dozens of years. Now that it has been released, it cannot return." His voice seemed so weak. The poison sorcery had damaged his organs and every part of his body. "I have a medicine pellet." Little Butterfly smiled brightly through her tears. Then she lowered her head and kissed Su Chehan on the lips. He looked stunned, as if he had forgotten how to think. As he felt those tender red lips kissing him, he felt a powerful medicinal force enter his body. Their eyes were as close to each other as could be. Su Chehan shook his head, wanting to stop Little Butterfly. He had a moment of fear. Doing this might kill her. But Little Butterfly held on to him, closed her eyes, and a black line appeared on her face. However, a sacred radiance shone from her body. Tears flowed from Su Chehan's eyes. At this moment he could die without regret. He suddenly understood why Yi Futian had looked at him like that and said those cruel words to him. He had probably already seen what would happen. That damn guy. But at this moment Su Chehan could not hate him. Two pellets seemed to be suspended between their bodies, one black and one white. One was poison and one was medicine. But now the two intersected and black and white merged. Blackness flowed across Little Butterfly as the blackness on Su Chehan's body decreased. His skin turned white again as his body's vitality was restored. The sound of a terrible collision came from the sky. It was the battle that Yi Futian was fighting. But Su Chehan seemed not to feel it. Up in the air, a powerful figure stepped forward. Saint North Deep swept his gaze over the one who had come with an ugly look on his face. It was Saint Jiang. "North Deep, I wish to take away my disciples. Do you have any objections?" said Saint Jiang. "Look at all the corpses down there, Saint Jiang," said Saint North Deep. Saint Jiang seemed not to hear him. He said, "I hereby announce that I am entering the sacred war. If the three holy lands of the endless sea will let me through, then I will not target them. Otherwise," Saint North Deep's face grew hard. As number 12 on the saints' ranking, this man who had once been a master of poisons was still quite powerful. "Ocean King Palace will let you through," said Ocean Saint. Since the two people down there were leaving the battle, they had no need to make an enemy of Saint Jiang. The celestial cliffs were the same and said that they would let him through. Only Saint North Deep's face remained firm. Most of the people that Su Chehan had just killed had been his, including one of his sons. In his heart he cursed the unruly bastard. But Saint Jiang's calm words had been so forceful. "If you don't let me through, I will threaten the saints of the endless sea. Do you dare to try and stop me?" Emperor Xia had said that anyone in the 9 states could freely launch a sacred war. They did not need to notify him, and they did not need a reason. "I'll let you through," said Saint North Deep with his face held hard. Saint Jiang would firmly fight him if it came to blows, even at great cost to himself. The cultivators in the air made a path, and Su Chehan and Little Butterfly separated themselves. Su Chehan was already much better as he looked up at Saint Jiang. "Master," both of them called. Saint Jiang's gaze fell upon Su Chehan, and he said, "Chehan, from now on you will study the way of medicine." Su Chehan looked like he had been struck by lightning. He knelt there for a while, then finally reacted. He bowed down and touched his head to the ground, and the sound of sobbing could be heard. "Thank you, Master." When he looked up, his face was covered in tears. How could he not understand his master's good intentions towards him now? His master had always cared for him. He let go of all the darkness he had accumulated over the years. His heart was clear, and his emotions had been released. Su Chehan was the great disciple of Saint Jiang. Chapter 979. Saint Zhang brought Little Butterfly and Su Chehan to Holy Sage Pavilion, and no one dared to stand in his way. After all, he only had 2 disciples, and he was not a target for the 6 great holy lands, and so there was no need to anger him by killing Little Butterfly and Su Chehan. After all, out of all of them, only Saint Ji was higher up on the saint ranking. Saint Zhang brought Little Butterfly and Su Chehan to Holy Sage Pavilion, and no one dared to stand in his way. After all, he only had 2 disciples, and he was not a target for the 6 great holy lands, and so there was no need to anger him by killing Little Butterfly and Su Chehan. After all, out of all of them, only Saint Ji was higher up on the saint ranking. The 3 of them reached Holy Sage Pavilion, and Saint Zhang personally saw to his disciples' wounds. He also integrated their powers together. Little Butterfly had practiced medicine and she was very fragile, while the poison all throughout Su Chehan's body had made him too forceful. Integrating their powers had benefits for both of them, and in the future they would both be able to practice both kinds of power. This in and of itself was his expectations for his disciples. Saint Xia and Saint Li looked at Saint Zhang. Saint Li said, "Saint Zhang, you're too harsh on your disciples." Su Chehan was like a young Saint Zhang, and he knew that Saint Zhang saw him this way, so he didn't really want him to die. "There is no making without breaking," responded Saint Zhang. He was the one who understood Su Chehan best in the world. There had always been something lacking in him due to his harsh life. If he did not have a great awakening, then even with all his talent he would never set foot on the divine path. And so he had put pressure on Su Chehan for all these years to try and have him make a breakthrough. Humph. Saint Li snorted with displeasure. "You can't have done this just to test one person. Was the test for Su Chehan not also a test for Yi Futian?" Saint Zhang did not answer. Li Shang looked out at Yi Futian as he fought and said, "If the palace can avoid this disaster, are you planning on cultivating in the barren state in the future?" He had sent his disciples to fight in the sacred war, and had himself announced that he would join. Saint Li definitely understood Saint Zhang's intentions. Moreover, he knew Saint Zhang's wishes better than anyone. Saint Zhang knew where Saint Li's resentment was coming from. He had lived at 9 States College for so many years and yet had never done anything for them. "I am like a drifting cloud or a wild crane. I seek to cultivate everywhere. I apologize for having imposed on you these past few years." Saint Zhang looked up into the sky, then whispered, "Moreover, you know what it is that I want." "Has he succeeded?" asked Saint Li, clearly talking about Yi Futian. He had previously said that bringing Saint Zhang to 9 States College was actually to Yi Futian's benefit. Very nearly. And he is only a lower-level sage. If he continues to improve, then there's no doubt he will. In fact, even without me, he would doubtlessly become a saint. But this is at least a start. "From now on I will put all that I have into this," whispered Saint Zhang. "You wish that all the cultivators of the world would not be hampered by the divine catastrophe. The Great Path has no place for sentiments. That is against the rules of the Great Path," whispered Saint Li. He sighed. "This is easy enough to say, but it will take a long time. If I do not live long enough, there are always Chehan and Little Butterfly." Saint Zhang looked off into the sky with a resolute look on his face. There was a magnificent figure there. The person who he loved the most had died due to the Great Path catastrophe. He did not want Little Butterfly to repeat the same mistake. In fact, he did not want anyone in the world to do so and experience the same despair that he had. This was the reason that he had agreed to help Dozhan avoid the Great Path catastrophe when Yi Futian had brought him to him all those years ago. He had proposed conditions for Yi Futian to undergo the medical trial. It was only one test, but he had never thought that Yi Futian would become as legendary as he was now. Saint Li said nothing. He looked out at Yi Futian. If Yi Futian did not die in the battle, then the Holy Ji Palace would become the foremost holy land in the 9 states. Sometimes war could truly change many things. Minds, beliefs, and even the moment of enlightenment between life and death. Of course, most of what war brought was just death. After Su Chehan and Little Butterfly had left the battlefield, Yi Futian and his companions had become the new targets for the 3 great holy lands of the Endless Sea, especially the North Deep. Their armies pressed in and their commanders ordered all their forces to attack Yi Futian. It seemed that they were venting all their rage on him. Battle matrices filled the sky and surrounded Yi Futian and his companions, even sealing themselves in. Such determination was strong indeed. On the other side of the battlefield, the one who had slaughtered the most cultivators from the Holy Ji Palace was not Jia. He had been pinned down by cultivators from the Vajra region. Nor was it one of the top figures from Xihua Sacred Mountain. Most of their sages had died at Yi Futian's hand. Nor was it someone from the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. Zhou Ming was leading the Golden Phoenix Army, and Yuan Hong commanded the Heavenly Battle Matrix. Instead it was Lu Zong. Most of the cultivators from Xihua Sacred Mountain were fighting the Yu clan, but Lu Zong led a team of elite cultivators to intercept Yi Futian's men. Lu Zong was skilled at forming matrices, and the men behind him were in position. They looked like an ancient tree. Their power flowed and descended upon him. Lu Zong waved his hand, and it was like a willow branch slashing down. It seemed to have no strength, but it was the sharpest weapon in the world. It cut through several cultivators in front of him. Lu Zong came a furious voice. He looked and saw a line of cultivators in formation rushing towards him. One of them was his old acquaintance, the disciple of Chess Saint Villa Yang Shao. The Celestial Dragon Matrix? Lu Zong looked over the matrix that Yang Shao led with interest. His eyes gleamed with the desire to wreak havoc. You're all old men from Chess Saint Villa. When I cracked the Celestial Dragon Matrix, I was invited to meet with Chess Saint, and you all followed by my side. Now you want to kill me? Asked Lu Zong mockingly. If Li Kaishan had not deliberately let you, you would not have been the one to enter the villa. Every time Yang Shao thought of this, it hurt him so much that he no longer desired to live. If it had not been for Li Kaishan's betrayal, only Yi Futian would have seen the master. And given Yi Futian's character, would everything not be different? Moreover, Yi Futian had the ability to bring the master to Nether Sword Mound. His wife and his sworn brothers would not have died. Is that so? Lu Zong's look became cold. In that case, why don't you see if I can break the matrix now? He had been so strong back then, how much stronger must he be now? What was more, those who followed him today were comparable to those who had followed him then. This time he did not need to study how to break the matrix, he just had to force his way through and kill all of them. Two powerful auras rose up from this area of the battlefield. The two matrices were extremely strong. A huge golden dragon appeared with Yang Shao at its center, and its eyes were full of majesty. The matrix that Lu Zong had formed looked like an ancient tree. Each of the cultivators hung there like a branch or a leaf. Crashing sounds rang out as endless vines covered the sky. The dragon roared and slashed out with its claws. Its 5 claws were like hooks. They were so sharp they seemed to be able to tear through space itself as they rushed towards Lu Zong. Numerous vines swept out from the ancient tree and wrapped around the claws, but the claws tore right through them. However, the vines were endless and they wrapped around the claws, slowing them down. Yang Shao, all the sage-ranking cultivators of your generation should stand down. Lu Zong's voice was cold. As he spoke, numerous crashing sounds came from the leaves and branches, and then there was a flash of radiance as they shot out towards the oncoming claws. Each branch and leaf seemed invincible. They all contained the rule power of the Great Path, and they tore through the dragon's claws little by little. The cultivators of the younger generation had all grown up by now, and many of them were sages. Yi Futian, Yushang, Gudonglu, Su Chehan, Lin Shubai, and others. Many of the higher-level sages had been killed by Yi Futian, and so Lu Zong's words were not wrong. Just as waves rose and fell, the sage ranking would have great changes. Many people would stand down and never reach the sage level, and then they would be replaced. This was the cruelty of the world of cultivators. If you did not advance, you must step down. The celestial dragon's claws were torn, but Yang Shao did not look disturbed. There was only fury in his eyes as he stared at Lu Zong, and a desire to kill. Golden light shone from the celestial dragon's abdomen, and a giant sword appeared there. The celestial dragon sword. Dazzling light shone from the sword, and it seemed to be invincible. Lu Zong glanced at it indifferently, with disdain showing in his eyes. He could bring to bear all the combat power of his battle matrix. With this much power, there were few in the 9 states who could match him. Among them were Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. Both of them were powerful enemies, and if he didn't have the matrix they could sweep him aside. But besides them, there were very few people he had to worry about. Even though Yang Xiao was on the sage ranking, he was not worthy of Lu Zong's attention. A sword? I can do that too, Lu Zong said casually. As he spoke, countless images of him appeared on the leaves and branches of the ancient tree. A terrible power swept out, and the leaves and branches turned into swords. In a flash, thousands of sword wills pointed towards the celestial dragon matrix, and there was a faint sound of shrieking sword chi. Lu Zong used the pinching sword technique, and the language of Buddha rang out. Heaven and earth resonated, and the sword chi of thousands of swords shrieked. A terrible storm of sword chi appeared in front of him. The third disciple of Shihua Sacred Mountain was skilled at many things. The celestial dragon sword slashed through the air, but a dazzling light appeared in Lu Zong's eyes. His thousands of swords burst out at the same time, becoming a terrible vortex of sword chi. Thousands of sharp swords smashed into the celestial dragon sword, creating an ear-piercing sound. The celestial dragon sword was worn away bit by bit from tip to blade. In the end, it was completely destroyed. The terrible sword chi continued forward, and the dragon roared. Golden light bloomed, protecting that space. The thousands of swords struck the light, making the celestial dragon matrix tremble. Cracks appeared in their defenses. You want revenge, Yang Xiao, but you're not good enough, Lu Zong said arrogantly. He stepped forward. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.